Can y'all hear me? It's gonna have an echo. Hold on.
Yeah, it's feedback in, brother, but I must put the clip on.
Okay.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Welcome to Frontline Black News. Sorry, just stick over for a quick second.
Yeah, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I am your host, Chan Criminal. Why cannot see anybody because I still got this up?
Yeah, they'll take the camera. Get your camera off.
Okay.
Get the camera off.
Yes.
Yeah, put it on the thing. Click it straight out. No, there you go. Yeah, okay. And then, all right.
Yeah, so thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. This is season 4, episode 10, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, and we will be discussing several topics tonight. The first topic is we're going to get a brief, like less than 20 minutes brief update about Shreveport, Louisiana. We have our brother Jermaine Anderson on the line with us or on the air with us. And then we got Tangibles 2024 to Tangibles 2100. Then we got Evanston's historic reparations program faces legal challenge from conservative group. Then we got Black Americans should our 1.8 trillion buying power for ourselves and not make other groups rich, like Bacc is always stressing. Then we got propaganda machine, New York Congressmember Jamaal Bowman on AIPAC's $25 million campaign to unseat him. Then we got mother of Airman, Nathan Fortson. His mother is like not with the bull crap. Her son was killed by Okaloosa County. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Deputy says his firing alone won't cut it. And then Roger Ford says,
throw that motherfucker in a goddamn jail cell and have that son of a bitch walk the concrete like the rest of us. Fuck them.
Well, that's what his mother is saying about this. So his mother is in full agreement with you. Roger Ford says killer, or Fortson, I keep saying Fortson. Fortson's killer fired but not charged. So he got fired, but they didn't charge him with anything. And he killed this black man's veteran in broad daylight.
Right.
Charged him with nothing.
Yeah, that's the shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to.
We got that coon-ass Negro, Byron Donalds. He sparks controversy with Jim Crow era remarks on black families. Basically, he said what you always been saying, Shabaka, that we were actually better off under segregation, black family-wise, because back then we were married.
Exactly, yeah, because the marriage unit, the family unit was more structured then. And doing that raggedy ass bitch by the name. I'm sorry.
That's just tough. And then after going on Joy Reid and she grilling him, he walks back the remarks on segregation. Jim Crow wasn't great. And then the next topic is Democrat DA Alvin Bragg, same one that was gonna let Daniel Penny walk after killing Jordan Neely.
Right.
He's gonna let this Asian chick walk for killing a black person. Let me see.
Oh man, the coonery is real.
Allows Soho Karen Miya Ponsetto to walk away without hate crime charges. And then 50 Cent shows Black America how we should engage Congress when asking for resources. So those are the topics tonight, gentlemen and Lady J.
All right.
So, greetings from the mile-high income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town called Aurora, Colorado, where it is a cool 64 degrees now.
Oh, well, shit, we here at 93 right now.
What's the day?
Yeah, it was 104 last I talked to you. Okay, Lady J, say hi to the people.
Hey, fairly, yeah, so it was hot everywhere. It was definitely hot a couple of days ago. And you gotta stay hydrated, but I don't know really what to say. People like me, because I know that all of a sudden this last 2 years, I feel like with a lot of headache and nausea, and like it's the heat. It must be the heat, And even when I'm outside, I don't feel that way, but inside, I feel like it's just stifling, really stifling. Hotter inside than it is outside. Other than that, I'm loving it.
No, we'll load up on that citrus acid.
Yeah. Oh, here, go ahead. Go ahead. Burn my hand. It's go ahead. Drop it. Go ahead.
All right. So let's get a quick update from our brother Jermaine Anderson, who is our on-the-ground reporter down in Shreveport, Louisiana, on the situation with the Jolie Apartments. Is our understanding that they had got swatted or raided, and several people were put out. Several tenants that they're classifying as squatters were put out, like 30 of them, 29 of them. So do you have an additional update, brother? Because you got a lot of topics like I just went over. And greetings.
Yes, good evening. How are you doing? But yeah, it was 29 people, but altogether 30 people. The mayor called a public health emergency, which in fact it really wasn't, because if that was the case, why didn't he declare our apartment complex a public health emergency over a year and a half ago? So this is a lot of corruption, a bunch of, to me, alleged lies. This is a bunch of BS. I mean, to call a public health emergency on unlivable conditions, a public health emergency is for like outbreaks of illnesses and viruses like the COVID-19. But this was nothing like this. So now we got it. Now it seems as though not when I Googled it, it's the Secretary of State or the governor is supposed to call that type of to make that call. I've never known of a mayor to do something like that. So I knew right there, we know right there, it's more corruption and more lies. 29 people were put out, but where did these people go? We don't know. That's what I'm saying. No names, no nothing. And I've never known a police department to kick people out. It's always either the sheriff or the magistrate or somebody. This is all illegal. This is criminal.
Right. It's usually a court ordered removal.
Right. But it wasn't.
Like I said,
right. So it was a task force. They put together a task force, which is unreal to me.
What's it called?
And it was with the Shreveport Police Department, and it's just heartbreaking. I know there was children in there. There had to have been kids and mothers. Everybody in there was not squatters. So please don't believe that narrative that's going around here in Shreveport on the news. There were actual families. These were actual legitimate families that they were calling squatters that had nowhere to go. You can't find no place in those 30 days.
Hell no, not in this market. Not in this jacked up economy under sleepy Jim Crow. Hell no.
And the high cost of rent.
Yeah, so the cost of living isn't keeping up with the rent. Yeah.
So yeah, we want to put that out there that public health emergency to me was a farce, and I think that needs to be exposed because you Google it, go on your phones and Google it. What actually will declare a public?
I got the article. I'll read the article real quick.
Just send it to me. Brace like a shoulder.
Okay. What else it?
They should have done that years ago.
Okay, brother.
Email the article. You're going in and out, brother.
I don't know if I can't really send it to you through the messenger, but I don't have this. Can I send it through the phone?
I was saying that public health emergency was a farce to me. That was just a bunch of BS. That was a way for him to send those police in there.
Yeah, so he declared the complex a public health emergency.
Right. To me, that was BS. I've never heard of nothing like that. And I just Googled the state law. That doesn't clarify no state emergency or public health emergency.
Well, it might let's read it. Let's read it.
And then also too, you know, all these no good crooked ass bastards are in cahoots.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
On the video.
Yeah, with those realtors up there out of New York, man. You know, these city officials, man, are in cahoots with these crooked bastards. And if there was any kind of justice, man, the goddamn Louisiana State Police would be out there hooking and booking them motherfuckers, as opposed to going out there, man, putting these people out in the street and they have no place to go. You say, and then you got these fucking squatters up in there. It's because you remember when we did the story of Brother Parrish a few weeks back. What was the fool's name? Tennille or some motherfucker, man, who was out there from Mexico, and he's doing a TikTok video about
Marino.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, talking about how you can go up there into an abandoned house and just, hey, twin pyramid. Hey, greetings, twin. Yeah. And then, so therefore, so what it is, man, now black people was to go out there and squat, they're going to have the police in there going in there armed and hitting these people with criminal trespass. You know it, I know it. And then what's happening down there in Shreveport, Louisiana, man, is a form of genocide.
Yeah.
Let's just read and see.
Our state has. Did y'all hear videos to that?
I know.
Yes.
I'm trying to pull it up on the phone.
We have a lot of right laws.
So they have squatter rights laws down there in Shreveport.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So they were even if they were squatters, it's still a problem.
In and out again. You're going in and out again, brother.
I said it's still a problem.
Okay, so I Lady Che pulled up an article from yesterday from KSLA.com. It says Shreveport Police Special Response Team clears out Jolie Apartments.
Yeah, Jolie
Apartments. SPD clears apartments of remaining residents to get this video going. Copyright up.
We may be a little late to the game. Dinner from Johnny's Pizza House is now only.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the goddamn commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Until you motherfuckers start breaking us some bread. Fuck you goddamn commercial motherfuckers.
I'm trying to skip the commercial. Okay. I think we lost brothers.
The Shreveport Special Response Team conducted an operation into the Jolie Apartments, clearing everyone off the property. KSLA News 12's Nadu Dazamaya was there and spoke with SPD and the man who witnessed the whole operation.
During an operation at the Jolie Apartments, Shreveport Police Special Response Team and around 50 officers from the Shreveport Police Department removed 29 people off the property, plus one person was arrested on narcotics charges.
So at this point in time, every room in the apartment complex, all 400 plus apartments, has been cleared.
A witness tells us he was working next to the apartments when he saw units coming in around 6 this morning.
They used this parking area between us and Firestone behind the building here as a staging area. Mostly unmarked cars, about 40 of them were unmarked.
With new signs up, SPD warns that anyone trespassing on the property will be arrested. These measurements are in place after Shreveport City Mayor Tom Arsenault declared a state of public health and safety emergency due to property conditions at the Jolie, Villa Norte, and the Pines apartments.
3 years later.
Well, there's people in there.
During the operation, SPD said some officers had difficulties with most kids and meals, leading them to take tetanus shots afterward. People around the area expressed their gratitude for the operation.
Everybody's real happy at the fact that they've come in and finally done something to this place, because there's actually been gunshots while we're at work.
SPD said city officials are doing everything they can to help those who were cleared out today.
Some of these people
helping them how?
Like a sweet.
landlord didn't pay.
Like a sweep, you have to ship the dump.
So it's on a land.
Off camera, displaced tenants said they have gone through a lot and it's been hard looking for a place to live.
Damn.
In Shreveport, Naidu Dasamaya,
That's why it's
KSLA
that way.
News
No,
12.
number stars kept saying it was tenants that didn't pay.
Make the switch to a Barksdale federal checking account and get your
Fuck the
debit card
commercial,
rewards.
fuck the
Rewards you
commercial,
can use
fuck
for
the
trips,
commercial,
gift cards,
fuck
and
the
gift-
commercial, fuck the commercial.
Fuck it.
You know that's how somebody can do when the commercials come up.
Jesus.
No, I'm tired of these motherfuckers coming up there advertising that bullshit on our platform, and as much work and hell that we go through to maintain them.
We gotta submit. We just gotta accept it the way it is. Plus, that to pay for not having no ads is like I can't afford it. It's like 13 something. I got can't pay right now.
Right.
Every
Yeah, I suppose you got a point there, Lady Che. You know what I'm saying? And we are out there asking for donations for this. Yeah, right on Twin Pyramid Real Talk. And also too, for you individuals who are posting out there on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, okay, without contacting us, asking for permission and or giving no donation, we're blocking your shit. Okay? Straight out.
Yeah, so please, if you can, send a donation right there.
Exactly.
What was I gonna say? God damn it, y'all. You know how much I hate commercials like time wasting. But the thing is that to factor all the shit we have to pay, we're looking at over $200 of just fucking our platform, fucking advertisements to get it off the ads and the fucking to be able to edit. Plus, I got special shit I got there. It's like $20 to move just shit up from basic to fucking super fucking great. You know, that shit's $20 a month, and I can't do it for real. I gotta do it for me and you. You know what I mean? So we got a lot going on. It's not gonna be easy. And then for some odd reason, nobody got their fucking tax funds back.
Yeah.
It's been like over fucking 3 months or so. We should have got
whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, you all should have got your damn tax returns within 2 weeks after your filing date.
Right, and neither one of us got it, and we need every fucking cent if we're gonna move our shit past summer.
Right.
To the extreme. Plus, the heat. Think about it this way: we're gonna lose our phones are gonna break down. I already lost my tax. I'm down to one Obama phone.
Oh shit!
And it's about to get real.
I'm about to lose my internet tomorrow.
He doesn't really think about got an internet access here. He just has to do what he has to do, you know. But
okay,
I got internet, so we're not going to be without our being able to broadcast because when all else fails, who do you call but Bragg?
Yep, some hoses down, Lady Che.
So other than that,
okay, brother Jermaine, we're gonna have to wrap it up, but
did you show the other video, sister?
Oh,
there's one more article that I saw today, and that shit sounds crucial, but it makes sense because that's how they do it.
I only got that one.
I sent it to you on the email.
Oh.
Email.
I can't check my email on the phone.
It's in your. Put your email on the thing.
Oh.
What is the Cash App thing for? What is that for?
The donation.
For people to make donations.
For us, not you, us. But I did have an idea for you though. I'll have to explain that offline when we have more time because your phone is valid, echoey, and sharp.
Oh yeah, that's these fans. I got my air conditioning.
Yeah. I'll have to message you later when we have more time or I get off our podcast, probably during the day, and see what's cracking that. You also have some sort of way to make a fund so you guys can get it, which legally to talk to somebody. You might have to pay for the time to get a consult. Also, too, you know, y'all gonna need to, you know, get somebody down there to really talk about this shit like a city council or something. You know, that shit ain't gonna be cheap, so you might have to do that and petition. I was thinking about that too. So I'll run that all by you here maybe later, maybe tomorrow or something. Not right now, because we're in the midst of our Saturday programming that we do first. So, but I've been thinking a lot about your case.
He dropped off.
I've been thinking about a lot about his case. And so, you know, we can help everybody. It's gotta. I'll figure out a better way to work together as far as with this. It's a travesty, but there's also 6 different states going through the same thing. Somebody in each state. I mean, major places. So we can network.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Alexandra Meacham. Declared an emergency at 3 apartment complexes earlier this week, which allowed police to take action this morning. In tonight's top story, the Jolie apartments have been cleared by the Shreveport Police Department. NBC6's Miriam Samake joins us live in studio with the details. Miriam.
Well, hi, Alex. The Jolie apartments are now vacant, and all of the units, more than 400, were cleared by the Shreveport Police Department, and a presence will remain to make sure no one comes back.
The conditions that these men and women were living in is unlike anything that you would think you'd see in a civilized country.
Shreveport police officers were stung by wasps, bees, and one officer received a tetanus shot at the Jolie apartments, performing a room-by-room search. This coming after Shreveport Mayor Tom Arsenault declared a state of emergency.
Gross mismanagement of some apartment complexes in the city of Shreveport. Those have now progressed to a stage where they are a threat to public health and safety, and they required some additional action by the city.
Shreveport police are now
authorized to remove backward ass country fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? He looks like the damn exonerated Cyclops or the Ku Klux Klan or whatever what they call them trick ass bastards.
There is no electricity.
Yeah, there you go.
At this location are here doing it illegally and will be dealt with accordingly.
Corporal Bordelon says he has never experienced something like this in his 14 years at the police department, and local businesses relieved that action is being taken.
At our place after dark, you cannot leave a vehicle outside. If it cannot be locked up in the shop, it will be stripped or broken into just to get a pack of cigarettes out of it.
Signs have been placed at the gate reading no trespassing, but Thrash says he has seen squatters not use the gate at all.
And I've seen them through the ditches in the woods back behind this property. I think that this will deter them for a little while, but I don't think it's going to be a fix-all as long as it's standing back there.
And according to Shreveport police, 29 individuals were removed and 1 person arrested on narcotics charges during the operation. Alex.
All right. Thank you for your reporting, Miriam.
Whoa, man. Commercial.
Fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
It's out.
Okay, I see we up there buffering and what have you. But in regard to the...
Oh, yeah, we are.
Why are we buffering?
I do not
Oh,
know.
because it's hot. We got to put some cold blue on. That's why I said everything. Nice. I can hear Shabaka.
You can't hear Shabaka no more. Shabaka, you went out. Oh, there you are.
Jesus.
Okay, I went out? No,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, you just about to start like losing the rap music at the back.
Okay, so now I'm going to get us to our topics of the evening. Hopefully, Brother Jermaine can come back on. But yeah, as you can see, everything that he said has been confirmed on video. So it is a very serious situation.
I found the older stuff too that he's talking about, but we'll get to that another show. Right now, yeah, I found it. I got it all in a thing.
We're at the 30-minute.
Yeah. I said we'll do another show. Right.
All right. So, like we've been stressing for the past 4 years, this is the year in the decade of tangibles. He said it was unlawful evictions and Shabaka that he said send him the link. It's all corruption. That news article just made was just made, and it's unlawful evictions and illegal arrests.
That may be the case, brother, but with the video, we talk about what the video showed. The video tells it all. The words from the people, really don't matter, because it can be saying whatever. And I got the stuff from all the way back from when it first started. That'd be another day though. I could be lying, but the video says a lot. You know what I mean? All about optics, brother. So the video says a lot. And whatever they're talking about with the squatters and all the extra shit, I mean, there's articles that barely lead up to squatting up until this last year. So it don't even matter. People are going to squat everywhere. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And it's a human rights violation. You see what I'm saying?
Well, the rules are different. We got to pick up the rules on that. Because some people got, like in Colorado, people got squatter rights here.
Yeah.
Where they might not have that there. There might be a whole bunch of different shit. We just rolling on the basic small information there.
Mr. Anderson has sent us some stuff about that.
Yeah, so we'll look into it. We're gonna move on though with the usual scheduled program.
Yes, tangibles. So this is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. Any politician that's seeking your vote at the local, state, or federal level demand something tangible. And we've been doing that for the past 4 years, pushing this hashtag Tangibles 2020. This is 2024. It is Tangibles 2024, all the way up to 2100. Black family, continue to demand something tangible for your vote. So I'm gonna do as I always do and read Tangibles 2020. Everything remains the same except the year, but everything else remains the same. So instead of 2020, it's 2024.
Yeah.
So Tangibles 2024. Hashtag Tangibles 2024. The 2024 presidential elections are coming up, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system.
As well as they should.
Okay, welcome back, brother. We're on another topic, but we'll chop it up with you later on that situation that you're dealing with down in Shreveport.
Then we're watching the stage for show.
But you're gonna have to go on mute, brother, because your echo or feedback is really bad. Okay, thank you.
All right.
So where was I? Malign neglect has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. Well, I'm still getting feedback. Is that you, Shabaka?
No, it shouldn't be. Hold on a second. Let me try something here. Okay, what about now?
In the selection
No,
cycle.
that sounds good.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because I was looking at this shit on this damn T-Mobile phone. I'm so pissed off with them, man. They service ain't shit.
Okay, Shabaka. So yeah, they're providing tangible benefits for these other groups in this election cycle, meaning the 2024 election cycle, the one that we're in right now, as I speak, or we speak. Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote.
Right.
So Black Americans want tangible. Wait, hold on. In this election, I'm seeking our vote. Oh yeah, we want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. We refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since we give credit where credit is due, shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for coming up with this hashtag all the way back in 2019. Ironically enough, Black Agenda was first brought to Denver, Colorado. I know I went. And Jeff Farr tried to co-opt it and take claim for it and all of that. We're like Pepper's Farm. We remember every goddamn thing. So, yeah, continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. When we talking about tangibles, we're talking about money. We're talking about something that you can count, measure, feel, touch with your own hand, all of that. Not symbolism. Not the first this, first that. Oh, we should be happy. Oh, this. Oh, a hip hop holiday. Oh, Ketanji Brown, who couldn't even define a woman, is the first Black female Supreme Court justice. Like that type of shit. We're over that. Them days are over. That worked for, unfortunately, Shabaki's generation and his elders. The traditionalists in the silent generation. But as Xers, Ys, otherwise known as millennials, Zs, and alphas is also complete other shit. So, with that being said, we are demanding something tangible for our vote. So the days are over of y'all doing these symbolic gestures, biting, Sleepy Jim Crow biting, and Cop Mala, Scam Mala Harris. We see you, we hear you, you're not about nothing. You're not going to do nothing tangible for us. You even laughed and cackled when asked if you would. So we ain't forgotten none of that. So you're going to pay in November. Thoughts? Lady Chat, let's have Lady Chat ladies first. What are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Hold your vote like you hold your feeling, like you hold it for something tangible. Meaning it's got to benefit you. Right now, the main thing we've been working on so hard, Black Belly, is a reparations claim for Foundation Black Americans. So much is about to happen right now that we should really be studying. We should be studying exactly what's going on. You got noise in the background, Spark, like the TV. Going on.
I got noise. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, is it gone now?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's serious shit going on right now in the United States that we might just want to look at and really focus on, because there's stuff happening, but that's going to affect us if it affects another group that already got reparations. I'll lead into that on the RBA. So I would just say we need to be more aware and more pay attention to what's really going on in the States. Our fucking agenda should be the Black agenda, should be reparations for Foundation of Black Americans, freedmen, et cetera, all that goes along with it. Now, to this presidential race, the more I see things, it don't matter. It's a selection. They already put up somebody they've selected to win, and that is a bad thing too. Well, not in my opinion. Let me just back that up. My opinion, it's a bad thing for several reasons. Talk about that on the RBA. I just want to say this: it is in my opinion, this is the last chance we will have to get upfront in their face about things we want and need, and that we're owed, to change the trajectory.
It's the best time to ask for something.
And also, too, if we really are serious,
demand something.
Really serious about change, doing something, you actually got to do it.
The time for demands and accountability is before this election.
Put in the work.
Exactly.
Stop, Jesse. You have to put in the work. Meaning, you have to get out there and actually put in the work. You have to find a way. If your candidate is not standing and proving, and you feel like you need to get in that ass, fucking find a way to get in that ass. Because ultimately, we have to change the direction, whether it's through the fucking local level or the house or the mid-level state level before we get to the federal level. So we have to do a lot of different things, and we got to be serious. It might just take only a handful of us, but it needs to be the right handful, the loudest handful.
We
The handful
always
that has
vote
no
in the
but-
block.
The handful that got that energy in them to really make sure that things move along fast. There's no flip. At this
Or
point,
don't vote in
at
the block.
just this point, you have to be able to have stability and stamina in it. You know, you have to be able to get up to fight. You know what I mean? To have that fucking fight. If you don't have that fire inside you, it's easy to get fucking ran over and just accept whatever pacifying fucking bullshit they want to give us. Any side.
How long
Either
have I been
side,
saying it's going to be a marathon,
Hold on a second.
not a sprint?
It is, and exactly. Somebody used that too. I don't remember who did it.
The audacity.
Somebody used that too.
You know, you heard that on Frontline Campaign first.
What I'm trying to say is that, family, it's going to take a few people because everybody wants to do what it's called comfort voting. So you're already comfortable. You've been with a motherfucking name. You let the white motherfuckers touch your head, hold your hand. It's whatever. They make you feel warm and fuzzy inside. Fuck all that. Right? But don't go up. Don't say you're not going to fucking vote. And you're going to hold your vote for tangibles. And that means not going to the fucking polls. And you show up at the fucking polls to issue your fucking vote for one of these two fucking raggedy ass fucking white men, then you know there's a real fucking situation. And we've been wasting our fucking time trying to bring this to you, being serious. There's only a handful of individuals that got that fucking fire inside of them verbally. And you see them on the internet. You see how they get. I'm one of them, and the rest of them are men. All right, the rest of them are black men, which is cool.
Vicky Diller has the same energy.
Vicky Diller too, Vicky Diller. Shout out to Vicky Diller. I wouldn't argue about that. Shout out to Vicky Diller, who does have that energy too, that same fiery, passionate energy. But this is serious. So, in our state, there's not too many that are like this, that are straight codified. Straight codified fucking B1 individuals. You know what I mean? I don't want to say that. I was going to say that one day. I was just joking around. So I'm saying if you just go put it in the hands of a few, man, choose your fucking worthy fucking warriors. Because at this rate, there's all this soft fucking shoot put dancing shit, going on, this pacifying shit. And motherfuckers are giving it up, and they don't even realize what they're giving up. You know what I mean? They're not reading. They're just taking what certain people say, the holy gospel. And if anything, we've read anything, you ask all these questions, and you're supposed to look shit up for yourself, do your own research, and make sure you make the right decision no matter what you're looking at. You're supposed to be well-rounded so you can make the informed decision. We're message boosters for the new black media, but that doesn't mean that we're not reading and got our own motherfucking opinions. Yeah? So I'm just saying, if you want a certain candidate to win, you gotta get out there and help them fuckers win. I'm not, like us, I'm not do certain things, but I'm not gonna do certain things. It doesn't matter. If I feel like my candidate's kind of, still doing the same thing he's been doing, when he needs to not do that and be straight to the fucking point. However, I haven't yet to speak to him. Doesn't mean that I'm not trying though. That means I'm actively trying and I haven't heard back. So it means that I'm intentionally trying to do the right thing for what we are trying to get accomplished, which is motherfucking reparations, fucking crime bill, etc. All the shit we talk about on the New Black Media. So hold your vote for something tangible. Hold your vote like you hold your spoon, or like you hold your fucking baby. Say, go ahead, Jeff.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, most definitely, man, on the tangibles that we need. Tangibles 2024, 2026, 2028, all the way up to 21 goddamn hundred. Okay, is because this goddamn country, man, would not have existed, man, off of the free labor that they got up off of us. And I will debate with any ass scratcher, yassa balls, brain dead ass motherfucker who want to sit up there and debate with me to tell me and explain to me why that we as people of African descent here in the United States owe this motherfucker so much. Why must we have this Uncle Tim Scott, Yassa Boston, ass scratching, boss we sick syndrome? Just like that ignorant, stupid ass bitch who's gonna sit up there and say, oh, I'm so glad for slavery. You're dead to be brought here as a slave. Otherwise, I'd be in Africa worshiping a tree. Well, first place, you dumb bunny ass scratching Uncle Tom. Is that
the governor of Virginia?
Yeah. You need the damn trees is because the trees kick off oxygen. You see what I'm saying?
She had like 4 names, but one of her names was Winston, her last name.
Yeah, but that raggedy motherfucker know who she is. You know, she's out of her goddamn rabbit ass mind. And I hate to see somebody so fucking ignorant, but I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna let you place that ignorance on me. And I hate to have to put it like that. Sometimes when you speak reasonable, yeah, man, okay, right. But as soon as you cuss they stinking asses out, all of a sudden you got their fucking attention. I wonder why.
He must have storms in the area again. But a Jermaine or a bad connection.
It's because I did hear that there was a weather system coming through the Gulf of Mexico. And just a brief note there on the Gulf of Mexico in the last few days or even today, I think, mainstream media reported that the sharks is hungry and they went and chomped on a couple of motherfuckers.
Yeah. They was talking about that on the NBC Nightly News.
Yeah. So ever since when I was living in Los Angeles, you know, where Venice Beach is, Santa Monica Beach, and all that old good shit, Playa del Rey. Once I saw that movie Jaws, I ain't never went back in that motherfucker again. Shit, Jaws ain't having me for dinner. Hell no.
And there's rumors of a hurricane potentially hitting the Gulf next week.
Well, that's the spirit of their ancestors. And so hopefully, you know, the people we care about down there will be protected, you know, by the divine energy. Hopefully it'll go fuck up DeSantis' crib, you know, drop another goddamn tree on that motherfucker and hit the fucking house this time. Hopefully the son of a bitch will tear down Mar-a-Lago, turn it into a homeless encampment.
We got a whole 5 months for all of that. This hurricane season ever, they're saying.
Well, once again, the ancestors, man, going through them slave ports, man. And looking at this bullshit that's going on right now, and all these brain dead ass motherfuckers out there scratching their ass, you know, Yazabas and being homie kind of niggas. The ancestors about to reap some wrath on your ass.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it.
That's something tangible. The ancestors is crying out for our goddamn tangibles.
Yeah, so they can rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? And then in this fucked up apartment where I'm at, I just killed 2 pets in the last 2 days.
Chewbacca is about something like Bloody Chase and mine.
Yeah, you know, but what it is though, I'm gonna be raising hell. I'm gonna be raising hell with these motherfuckers tomorrow about it. You know what I'm saying? My next stop, man.
Maybe
my next stop is gonna be the goddamn health department and have them come in here.
Yeah, might have to come to that. Like I have to have my spot.
Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying. And I think if they got health code violations, man, I think you could sue them for back rent because the place would be declared uninhabitable.
Yeah,
I think, but I'm not sure. You know, but like I said, I'm sure the fuck gonna be up out of here, man. You know, the first part of next month.
Luckily, I don't pay rent for that raggedy ass spot. I would be beyond if I paid rent.
Brother, you blessed. You are blessed. You know what I'm saying? You know, and then that's another thing too.
So fucked up, and the people in the building be mentally, cognitive, functionally enough, able to voice how fucked up it is in a cognitive manner. So.
Oh yeah. So you know, stay on their helmets. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna stay on the helmets. They cut the whole internet off though. I wonder why.
See there? So that proves our point there exactly because they don't want the word out on their stinking asses.
And they
You see
still
what
keep
I'm saying?
the media away, and they done doubled up on security.
I wonder why. You know, they're full of shit, and they know that people is getting fed up with this bullshit, and they ain't gonna take it. You see what I'm saying? This is why they're doubling up on security. Not so much to keep the motherfucking security, but to keep the people from
Forever. And they're so nice. They always in your face and want to know things.
They just want a house.
No, I don't want a house. You put it in an apartment.
People was really got in their apartments because it's like an exotic animal.
It is not an apartment. I was gonna take it over to Daddy's house and let it roam and eat the grass.
Like you had, like, did you see what's his face video? He had the Mustang in the hood in Park Hill.
that's where your boy Chauncey Billups is from, is Park Hill.
Yeah, like when
he just got an award over here too.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I met Chauncey Billups.
He's gonna be honored at Juneteenth next week.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
I know his whole family.
Okay. Yeah, he was one of the greats, although he's playing on them buckets. You know what I'm saying?
God damn it, the Nuggets. He won at least one. No, he could have won one on us. I wish he would have won one.
But when I was back there when I met him, man, and I met J.R. Richard at the time too. Is that you guys
J.R. You talking about J.R. Smith?
Yeah, J.R. Smith. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I stand corrected. And y'all gave y'all
security, Shabak. I used to do backstage security back then it was the Pepsi.
Oh, okay. And so y'all gave LA a run for your money.
Yeah. Back Kobe, I couldn't stand that. But that's a whole other story. But yeah, tangibles, Black family, continue to demand something tangible for your votes.
Yeah, I guess gonna be going out there for the sake of voting is because the state of Nevada sent me a sample ballot, man, and I'm looking at this bullshit, man, and I'm getting ready to shit can it, man. I can't do it no more, people.
For the primary, right?
Exactly. I can't do it no more. You know what I'm saying? Is because why am I gonna go out and vote for these racist ass white folks in this damn state? They ain't gonna do a goddamn thing for Black folks out there. So when this damn sun goes out here and shining and all that old shit, man, I'm gonna be up here in an air-conditioned apartment someplace because now I got to start packing up these shit.
They went for Trump in Nevada last time. Did they go for Trump or Biden?
No, they went for the dump, as in human shit, man, is because Nevada is an ultra-conservative state. And now what it is in Clark County, you know, you'll get a lot of people that will vote Democrat.
The most populated city in the whole state.
Yeah, right. And then what happens too, Brother Che, is that the state itself, with all that rural shit and hillbilly cowboy shit and good old boys and all that, you know, they're going for the dumpster, you see? So that's going to negate.
Towns were. Remember I told you I was on that 50? Got stranded on that 50? And there was a town called Austin, and we got stranded like a couple of miles from there. It was all Trump. It said Trump all over the place.
Trump country and all that old shit. Sounds like you was up there near Lake Tahoe where they sent Fredo fishing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the US 50, that's like in the middle of Nevada.
That there takes you from Sacramento to Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, and then it goes to Erie.
Yeah, and then it goes around, you know, Lake Tahoe itself, you know what I'm saying? And then I think what it would do...
Well, on the other side of Lake Tahoe is Reno.
Yeah, and Carson City, because I think you would have Reno going toward the
Carson
north,
City.
And you would have the state capital of Nevada, which is Carson City, going to the south, you know. I've been through Carson City, man. I've been through Reno, and once again, when I get back up there to Reno, I did find the landmark.
Coming in, Shabaka, in northern Nevada. It's raining in northern Nevada right now.
Okay, that is because of the altitude. Okay, so it should not be no snow up there, but it very well could be. But this time of the year, man, it'd be very little. And then with the rain that they've been having up there, man, I don't want to hear that raggedy ass Gavin Newsom ever again talking about that California's got a water shortage. They full of shit. They've been playing that water game, man, all through California for damn near 100 years now, ever since they built Hoover Dam. You know, and by the way, man, yeah, we hijacking water from your Colorado River there that goes into Lake Mead.
I don't even know how it makes it there. It's so hot all along. It's like the heat just travels right along that motherfucker.
Yeah, but it came back up to par, man, because when they had the snowpacks that melt, man, that put it back off into it. You know what I mean?
After it goes straight to nothing.
Yeah, and then what happens is that the city of Los Angeles, through their water and power, hijacks that water out there, man, and that there is what provides LA's water supply and LA's electricity.
Yeah. After you pass Henderson, it's like, remember, Lake Mead was drying up.
Man. Yeah, and Lake Mead is still below par, but it's a hell of a lot. It's no longer like a dry dirt bed of what it was, you know. And they found all kind of dead motherfuckers out in there and sunken boats and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and if they did find the dead bodies out there, man, they might as well just go ahead and bury them, man, because the motherfuckers who did the job are probably gone.
So,
you know,
them animals on the Raptors, they was out there getting it in them canoes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I wish I could go now, but I'm sorry. I think my heart would make it. Especially if I fell in the water. If I fell in the water, maybe. But I think that because I can't. I used to be a good swimmer. Not a good swimmer, but I'm able to hold my breath long. I don't think I can do it.
Well, basically, if you're swimming, the key thing is to keep your head above water. And you just keep flapping your hands and kicking your feet. That's what they call treading water.
Yep. I've been tubing though. This shit is fun as hell. And the whole night, like, bang, bang, bang. It's banging up against shit all the way down the river.
And if you're not sure about swimming, then just put on a life preserver. That there to keep your head above water.
Your ass will get sunburns in weird places.
Yeah,
you put it all over. Like,
boy,
like
Plastic was doing that shit in Costa Rica.
I've been getting a tan inside the house.
How are you getting a tan inside the house? Are you vitamin D deficient?
Maybe. Yep, I think so. I don't know. I know that I'm getting a tan in the house, so I've been outside for like 2 days. And
that's interesting.
I was outside for like 45 minutes. Came back and was like, look at me.
She's almost in her peanut butter.
Yeah, it's early, sir. But man, I was like, look at me. There I've been. I swear, my feet are getting like I got a little tan, like this little tan. I like line up easily. I've been thinking I've been forgetting that my shirts and stuff be making these little lines and pieces and whatever. So I was like, I'm real modest. Can't just be showing everything. Jeez.
Okay, so moving along to the next topic. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, and of course, Revolutionaries and the Shabbat Black Experience fans. Shabbat, you got some background noise.
Okay, I think what it is I think it's the air tradition. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. All right, do you hear it more louder now?
Nope.
No. Okay. I hear it, but like I did.
What kind of background noise was it?
I think that's what it was. Whatever you did, though, it just lessened tremendously.
Okay.
I think it might be your headset.
Yeah, it could be this. Yeah, because I'm on this Bluetooth. Because last time I was on the actual headset itself, you know, I had moved and almost pulled my computer off the table.
That's like 2 minutes long.
Okay. All right. Now I'm trying to get this Bluetooth closer to the computer. Now, how does it sound now?
Oh, much better.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
She's She might be just
Okay.
Trina.
She
And that's how
might
you
be.
get all the. That's how you get all the confused stuff. Sometimes, you know. Read this.
Oh, and by the way, a small footnote right here that I want to read. It'll take less than 30 seconds. Okay.
The next topic is Evanston's historic reparations program faces legal challenge from a conservative group.
Okay, you're talking about Evanston, Illinois, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's on the outside of Chicago. But I just want to make this is only 3 sentences. Okay, Mark Furman. You remember that stinking ass Mark Furman in the O.J. Simpson trial?
Yes.
Well, guess what? Guess what? The raggedy ass state of California has decertified that son of a bitch of all his police powers.
It's been 30 years ago. I should have done that 30 years ago.
Exactly.
30
Exactly.
years late.
Yeah, way late, you know. Yeah, so fuck Gavin Newsom and fuck the whole goddamn California state legislature for doing this shit 30 years late.
God damn it.
Like that one we seen in the wheelchair with his dog yesterday.
Like motherfucking old girl that
He stopped everything he was doing with the dog to see what the fuck we was doing. In a damn wheelchair, Shabaki.
Nosy ass motherfucker.
Just looking at that, like we were out of place. Like,
yeah, and speaking of wheelchair, you know, not going off topic, I just want to put it out there. You remember about last year or a couple of years ago where the Paramount Police Department in Paramount, California shot a man in a wheelchair who was a double amputee?
Yes, I remember that, Shabaka. That was horrible.
Yeah, that was a human rights violation, man.
Everything they do to us is a human rights violation.
Yeah, and if that wasn't a hate crime, man, then shit does not stink.
That's why we need a hate crime, anti-Black hate crime legislation.
Yeah, specifically for us. But you know, but old bed wenching Kamala, you know, she ain't gonna be it. Oh, we got to be all inclusive. We got to be all inclusive, and every motherfucker with this all inclusive shit benefits off of it, except us.
She cackled when she was asked specifically if she was going to do something for Black people, and she cackled that horrible cackle, Shabaki. No, and then said no. And
then said no.
Like, and what type of tone? Like, no.
Yeah, right. You see, well, you know, cop mile is cop mile.
It's like, no, I'm not gonna do nothing specifically for you. No, you can't.
Okay, all right.
Because whatever's gonna benefit everyone is gonna benefit you. So just be happy.
Which is bullshit.
Symbolic gestures and these pats on the head from Master Biden.
Oh yeah, like Uncle Tim Scott, and
we're gonna preserve democracy.
Everybody talking
preserve democracy. Now that's the shit that kills me, if I may add on that, right?
And anybody
all this money
spreading disinformation, misinformation.
Just let him read the thing.
Oh, yeah, I think he already did. He said it was brief.
Yeah, about Mark Furman. Yeah, I'm done with that. Yeah.
You said that's it. You said that they let him out.
Hell no.
No. They stripped him of his policing powers.
Oh, that's
30 years late. They said 30 years late. So then that's it. Now, if the state of California is fair about that, then what they would do is go pull that motherfucker's pin. You see what I'm saying? To really strip him. You know what I'm saying?
Too.
Yeah, but that's too much like right. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna do it.
In a perfect world, like then, would say.
Exactly, Brother Chad. This is why I say fuck Gavin Newsom. You know what I'm saying? Hope the stinking ass motherfucker, man, you know what I mean, loses the next election for governor, because I don't think in California they have term limits on the governor. They could elect that son of a bitch again and again and again and again and again.
How many times was Reagan re-elected?
Reagan was elected in 1966. Then he was re-elected in 1970. And after 1974, he started his campaign to be the president where he had started entering presidential primaries, but he was the low scrub on the totem pole. And then in 1980 came, you saw what happened. You see, so, and this is the same shit that Gavin Newsom is doing. You know, I'm recognizing the pattern. You know,
Don't be surprised at the virtual, because they're trying to make it virtual now, the DNC.
Oh, yeah. Now that's the part that I find really funny. And what it is that raggedy ass.
Shabaka, they don't have to give the nomination to Biden. They could nominate Newsom.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and what it should be is that the goddamn United States Supreme Court, which they're not going to do, is because old Clarence Thomas, you know, he's in some hot water about $20 million in bribes that he took.
I was surprised.
Yeah, so fuck him. You know what I'm saying? He's a scumbag. You know what I'm saying? And
that's hardly.
I ain't black. I'm Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's syndrome. You see what I'm saying? So, something has got to be done about that. And what it is like you said so well, Brother Paris, is that these Pan-Africanists on the continent, in the Caribbean, they got to get on the same goddamn square that we on, because this is the only way this is going to work.
Right.
You see what I mean? Okay, and then, yes, sir. And then hiding Biden and Macron over there in France, you know what I mean? You know, they were sitting down there having dinner together and all that old type of shit.
Zelensky.
Oh, yeah. And then like
too late.
And then I want to get a shout out there.
He old and senile and decrepit and kick the bucket.
Yep.
That's all Pro need to do.
Yeah, yeah. And this is why I appreciate what Niger is trying to do. And, trying to get off of the USA's dependence. And once again, a shout out there to President Museveni of the nation of Uganda, where he told Joe Biden's envoy that, hey, man, we don't go for two men fucking each other in the ass, okay? That alphabetized agenda, that's not what our culture. And so Biden's representative says, well, we'll kill your aide, then kill the motherfucking aide. Meanwhile, get your faggot ass up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect President Museveni for that. You know, it's because that shit, as he had stated to him very diplomatically at first, but the white boy didn't want to listen, that, hey, man, this is chaos. We don't do that here.
Chaos and confusion. We don't do that here.
Yeah, we don't do that here, because life is only procreated between a union of man and woman, not two men fucking each other in the ass. That is an insult to the sanctity of womanhood. And I apologize for putting it in those terms. Those are, however, essentially the facts. And I put it that way so the message would get out.
Your whole message, Shabaka. You didn't hear Lady Che just clap and damn near cheer?
Oh, yeah. Now, keep in mind,
what happened?
So we don't get... And keep in mind, so we don't be shadow banned, okay? They got their human rights and they got their civil rights. But now no man has a right to go up there and talking about the crack of his nasty, stinking, shitty ass is a woman's womb. That is an insult to womanhood.
That's right, Shabaka. Now, getting to the topic. So Evanston, Illinois, a few years back, you remember, passed the first of its kind reparations program, which was a nothing burger. But now they're facing a legal challenge from a conservative group.
What is the name of this conservative group?
We're about to find out. So Lisa's going to give us the update on this. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Okay.
Sharing it. Sorry. I got the video up, but I got to share it. Okay, no, y'all should still see.
Copyright up.
Of course, it's always up.
transform your hair with hair growth products by 12
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
ingredients that
No,
promote
that's her
thicker,
commercial.
longer, and healthier
Oh, that's
hair.
her commercial.
Say
Oh,
goodbye to thinning and hello to confidence.
okay. So she's
Hair growth
doing her some
oil,
marketing. That's
shampoo,
what we got to do for
spray, and
Frontline
butter
Black
by
News.
12 tribes on Earth because
Yeah,
your
because
hair
Mad Doctor
deserves the
did
best.
mention that years
Just
ago.
look through the links in the comments section.
That's sponsorship, Shabbat.
Many of you may remember some of my videos I did on Evanston, Indiana, where they
No,
called
it's
themselves
Evanston,
coming out
Illinois,
with
Miss Cabrera.
reparations for their Black
Evanston is in
residents
Illinois,
and
not
the
Indiana.
housing voucher. Yeah. So anyway,
Oh yeah, you're right. She was wrong.
they are now being sued by a conservative activist group over reparations. It's amazing how they're cropping up, right? Did you see them crop up when the Indians got their reparations or any money that goes over to Israel? Did these groups crop up then? No, it's just too obvious right here, you know? But let's get into it. We know why they're cropping up. Anything for Black people, now they got to show up. So here we go, y'all. So the nation's first government program providing cash reparations to Black residents in response to past discriminatory housing practices. Now, when they first started out in Evanston, it was just a voucher. And I think only like a handful of people qualified. It was a very small amount. And people there started complaining because it was obvious it was not reparations. So Evanston, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago, alleges the program required the applicants state whether they or their ancestors identify as Black or African American violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution.
These motherfuckers here.
You know, y'all use that Constitution when it's convenient.
Take the
But I
Constitution
noticed
and
when
wipe your ass
There's a
with
good
it.
chance you won't be able to tell if this email is from a bank or if it's a scam. The best way to
Man,
know if
fuck
it's
this
real,
motherfucker right here, man, in this
scammers are
goddamn
continuing to grow
commercial.
operations and expand profits.
Comes an inconvenience, y'all will ignore the Constitution. That's why it's almost laughable when you try to bring these things up. You don't even follow that mess and you know it.
Right, that's why I
So
say
a
wipe
push
your
for
ass with it.
reparations gained momentum following the national uprising in the aftermath of George Floyd in 2020. Measures aim to exploring ways to address the racial wealth gap, discriminatory practices that contributed to it, and have been discussed in cities like San Francisco and St. Paul, Minnesota, and on the state level in California. Evanston's reparations program was established in 2019 with the intention of redressing the pattern of housing discrimination and segregation that took place in the city from 1919 to 1969. Black residents who lived in the city during that time, as well as their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, can apply for $25,000 in housing assistance. And a lot of people got mad that they were calling that reparations. So anyway, the program was amended last year to provide an option of a direct cash payment. The lawsuit, filed on the behalf of 6 people whose parents or grandparents lived in Evanston during the 50-year period, but do not identify as Black or African American,
Okay, I
said
got a
Black
question.
residents were not the only people who experienced discrimination. Oh, get out of here with that crap. Get out of here with that crap. So anyway,
is this here in Cook County, Illinois?
Is it Crook? I think it is.
Okay, I think it is Crook County. Okay, now, I was born in Crook County.
Is Evanston in Crook County?
Yeah, if you could pull it up right. Yeah, if you could pull it up right fast, please.
Let me try that. Yep, it's part of it.
Okay, so it's a part of Cook County. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make a personal note on that.
Boundary is Crook County.
Okay. All righty. And because I do know Evanston does touch the Indiana state line too.
Yeah, that's right here where the cursor is.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. All righty. So I'm gonna see if I can go get some money out there. No good motherfuckers myself.
Right.
Yeah, and then they probably gonna say, well, man, you moved to California and all that. Okay, well, fuck it. And Governor Newsom, I'm gonna go see your stinking ass too. And
yeah, you
fuck all those motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck all of them. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck, man, you gonna sit up there, man, and be honest with a crook? You know what I'm saying? When the crook ain't honest. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How
yeah.
are those investigating themselves?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the city of Chicago right there on Lake Michigan. Yeah.
That's the shit the mugs are always doing, that bump shit.
Mm-hmm.
What's that whack shit they always do? What? When they try to make a point. They like start banging on the table and shit.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Farr.
Oh yeah.
The free coon zone.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about. That seems like stupid.
Bump or some stupid shit.
Why did you
Yeah, you talked about the free think zone.
Free coon zone. Nothing free thinking about this shit. It's democratic thinking.
Yeah. And then when I stood up there and did some free thinking in this free thinking zone, you saw that trick.
Yeah, we're all been mute.
Yeah, because I said, when you ass scratch, you're going to do. And then I tried to give Jeff Park credit, because the lady that came up there responded most appropriately. She blazed and dazed and leaned on over me, and I tried to tell him, okay, well, I stand corrected, but that wasn't good enough for him. You know what I'm saying?
He still blocked Henry.
Oh,
God, man.
yeah, man. Yeah, Henry's through, man. Yeah, farewell to Henry, man. He was a good homie, man. You know what I'm saying?
Henry does the most, man. Like, leaving calling cards everywhere. Shit.
Yeah, because they locked Henry. Yeah, they stopped Henry dead in his tracks, man. Sorry to see the homie go out like that. Mm-hmm.
You gotta get his check from Evanston. You gotta get his check from Cali. Then you gotta get his check from Nevada. That's some smart thinking right there. That guy right there. He's like, man, I'm in the era where I can open reparations.
I
can dig it.
I got some reparations to get from South Carolina.
Oh, most definitely South Carolina. Hey, there was a major slave port there in Charleston.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and I had a loved one who went through Charleston who sent me photographs of the historical slave sites, for the podcast, you know what I'm saying? And then old tether ass Joe Gibson.
Oh, hold on. We gotta hold off on that. I got at least to finish up. We got like 3 more minutes left.
Okay.
Then is using race as a proxy for having experienced discrimination during this time period, the suit said. The city of Evanston does not comment on specifics of pending litigation. So that's what they're saying. So they said, reparations program, the use of race is unconstitutional and issued an injunction to prevent the continued use of race as a requirement. It also wants the case to be certified. This is the group, the conservative group that's suing. They also want the case to be certified as a class action lawsuit, which they
Fuck a class action lawsuit in that ass. A goddamn class action lawsuit.
Anything to block Black people from getting what is due to them. So I guess now they got these little groups.
It's time for me to get set up for therapy, and I use this room as my office. But the desk is over here, and so when I'm seated at the desk, this is the background. I have my therapy session, which is virtual, and I find myself looking really forward to it nowadays because I found a therapist that I really like. I had to switch a few times until I found one that I loved, but now I look forward to it a lot. So I'll hop on that, and I will catch up with y'all in like 30, 45 minutes. Let's talk about therapy. I've been using BetterHelp for the last 3-ish months, and to make it more accessible and affordable for people, I think is pretty necessary. I have loved how easy it is to schedule. I mentioned at the beginning of this vlog that I went through 3 therapists.
Yeah, we see you. This scheme unconstitutionally discriminates against anyone who does not identify as Black or African American. Well, didn't y'all have criterias like that for Native Americans? You had to identify as a Native American in this land before you got any reparations? But you expect that to be different in our case, huh? Interesting. Interesting to see how selective you are, conservative group. Right. So anyway, it also wants the case to be certified as a class action, which I read already. All right. So Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton said in a statement, this class action civil rights lawsuit will be historic defense of our colorblind constitution. There is nothing colorblind about any of your
that's
laws.
why I say take the Constitution and wipe your ass with it.
Right.
You mean the same document that says we're 3/5 of a human? That Constitution?
Yeah, that motherfucker right there. Yes, ma'am. That is correct, Mr.
The fact that this person calls it a colorblind constitution, he should be sued just for saying that.
Right.
The city pledged $20 million for the reparations program. A report filed last month with the city's reparations committee said Evanston expects to pay out about $5 million in cash payments and housing assistance by the end of this year, with more applicants still being evaluated. The city calendar shows the next scheduled committee meeting is set to take place Thursday, and it was canceled.
Ironically enough.
So there you go. You got a conservative group that is now trying to block the Black people of Evanston, Illinois, from getting reparations. But I bet you when anyone else got reparations, this group was nowhere to be found.
Nowhere.
Willing to bet dollars to
Y'all gonna have to
donuts.
tell me what you think about this one, please.
Oh, I can tell you. I'm gonna tell you right now, Ms. Cabrera, on this podcast, the city of Evanston, Illinois, may go fuck itself in the ass, okay, and tell them crooked ass politicians right there to take that goddamn dope money that they buying and paying for them damn prostitutes to cut the goddamn check.
And what's that amount now, Shabaki?
Oh, we're up to $900 trillion in reparations fees.
That's 100 trillion away from. That's 100 trillion away from a gazillion, Shabaki.
And you got to put punitive damages on top of it too. When your ass going to them kangaroo courts of Los Angeles County, right? In these lawsuits, okay, not only are we going to give you the money for your compensatory damages, which is compensation, but we're going to award you punitive damages as well too.
Nine.
And we're gonna get Sarge's ass on that one right there. We're gonna have a ball with Sarge the next time he comes on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And Sarge, you in trouble.
He's still running interference for the dump as a human.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
This was a nothing burger. We warned you it was nothing burger when it happened. The white-owned media tried to make it seem like it was something that it wasn't.
Yeah, and like as Malcolm X has said,
name of this goddamn.
Okay, and as Malcolm X said in some of his historical speeches, this shit here ain't nothing but a pacifier, but they want to take the pacifier away from you. They say, oh, so they're just saying this bullshit because an election year is coming up and they probably have local elections scheduled. So these sorry ass politicians there are coming up with that to get the black vote. Then when they get reelected again, they're going to sit up there and says, well, you know, folks, there really ain't nothing we could do. And every last one of you lying ass politicians who sit up there and say you're going to do this and come up with a bunch of bullshit about why you can't do it, your stinking ass needs to be locked up for perjury.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts? I'm trying to pull up with this conservative group. The name of it is.
Yeah, who is these motherfuckers and find out who's running it and let's get his ass on a radio show.
I would say this. I say this. It's fucked up the way they just tried to tell them they couldn't do it based on racial description
in the 14th Amendment.
It's fucked up about the 14th Amendment too.
Okay, and once again, not interrupting your point, Lady Che. I said it again. I said it to brain dead ass Pianki. I said it to Sarge. I said it to Joe Tether Gibson. Okay, show me where black people had petitioned the United States government to be citizens of this motherfucker. Just show me. Show me where they did it, and I'll shut the fuck up.
You really do think we're looking at
bars, Shabaka? It said Joe Tether Gibson.
Yeah, I mean, just show me where the fuck our people went up there and petitioned these no good raping, slave trading ass pedophile bastards to be citizens of this motherfucker.
Hell, y'all answered that question for you, Shabaka.
Yeah, it did.
But Lady
What'd you say, Lady J?
I said, but the y'all, he answered that
question.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Brother Al Yah with us in the chat room tonight?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Brother Al Yah and
Sister Akshita.
Sister Akshita, yeah. Okay. But what it is, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes down to every election, okay, what these damn politicians do is that they pull out their Johnsons, they piss on us, tell us it's rain, then they turn around and shit on us and tell us it's snow. And then you got these brain dead, ass scratching, sycophant, punk ass Negro leaders. Oh, you Bob, I believe anything you tell me, Bob.
Activist group, Judicial Watch, alleges a number of complaints about the town's reparation program, including the claim that it violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
Okay, and what is the 14th Amendment of the Constitution?
Equal protection under the law, no matter race, gender, color, whatever the fuck.
Brother Paris, listen to me when I tell you this. So if that law was something tangible, right, then the Ku Klux Klan never would have did the terrorism against us that they did. Right. The Ku Klux Klan or this country would not have executed the Scottsboro boys, okay, let alone what they did to Emmett Till, let alone what they did to the Nation of Islam, let alone what they did to the Black Panther Party. You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit. You see? Like I said, take the U.S. Constitution, wipe your ass with it, and if anybody out there that disagrees with me, then call 516-418-5996 next Tuesday. This coming Tuesday. That's the number to call, 9 p.m. in the East, 8 p.m. in the Central, 7 p.m. in the Mountain, and 6 p.m. Pacific. 516-418-5996, and you got to prove to me of how I'm full of shit, of how you dirty, no good ass bastards with your hypocritical constitution that none of you goddamn crooked ass politicians believe in. Look at Biden. Look at Hunter Biden smoking dope. Look at the dump, as in human shit. Motherfucker convicted on 36 felonies.
34.
Oh, 34 felonies. Okay. So then what's going to happen is that they're going to take that shit up to the U.S. Supreme Court because, as you do know, Brother Pass,
Before that, there's going to be a mistrial. Sarge on the last Shabaka's Black Experience has, not the special edition, but the regular Reparations with Shabaka and the Chase, has said that this constitutes mistrial in the case. So the conviction could very well be overturned before the sentence.
Okay, all right. So then if that is the case, if there's equal protection under the law, then they will go through every goddamn case in Fulton County. They will go through every goddamn case in New York County, every goddamn case in Crook County, every goddamn case in Los Angeles County, every goddamn case in Alameda County, every goddamn case in San Francisco County, and overturn all that shit. They kiss my ass, motherfuckers. They full of shit.
Which county are you talking about?
All the ones that I've mentioned, and then some.
New York County, though. You said New York County. That was hilarious. I'm like, ain't New York like 5 counties?
Oh, well, see, this. Now, I've never been to New York, Brother Che, but from what I understand, I don't think they have actual counties in New York. I think they call them boroughs, but it's an equivalent to a county, okay? Yeah, I think it's equivalent to a county, but you do have counties in
Brooklyn. Like Brooklyn is Kings County.
Oh, okay. So then, which means is that the city of New York itself, the municipality, is in multiple counties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, see, I ain't hip on that. You know, we have to get somebody out of NYC to explain that. You know what I mean?
Without a doubt, Shabaka. All right, so closing thoughts on the Evanston.
Okay, the city of Evanston is full of shit. Cut the goddamn check. You know what I'm saying?
I have something I wanted to read real quick on this.
Okay, I gotta find some eyes here, man. She going blind in the motherfucker. God damn. Shit.
So the conservative group is called Judicial Watch. And it's 6 of these OTBs, and they want. They're saying that it was filed on behalf of 6 people who do not identify as Black or African American, and whose families lived in town, in Evanston, between 1919 and 2000. Sorry, this shit keeps resetting on the tablet. It's really weird.
Well, they probably fucking with our algorithms, man, due to the subject matter of what we're talking about.
Oh, 1969.
Okay.
They filed the lawsuit on May 23rd.
Okay. Of this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
So we'll keep y'all abreast of the stupid ass lawsuit.
Okay, actually, okay, Brother Che, you know what we need to do? What we need to do, man, is get the phone numbers of them motherfuckers on that city council in Evanston, Illinois, and tell these sons of bitches that they are welcome to come on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. It will be uncensored. And you explain to our audience and to our followers about how in the fucking hell you stinking ass motherfuckers got the goddamn audacity to come up there with this bullshit, you know, because you're not trying to correct some of the worst atrocities of the plantation system here in the United States of America, just like with these race soldiers.
The good old state of Illinois was a plantation, Shabaka?
No, sir. But what I'm saying is, though, is that you had a lot of our people that left the South that went to Chicago, Illinois. And then, of course, as you know, Ida B. Wells, they had a housing project named after her in Chicago, is because, as we all know, Ida B. Wells used to document as best as she could the number of lynchings that was happening in the South. You see, and
got started, right?
yeah. The Chicago Defender, and I believe Ida B. Wells had either started the Chicago Defender or she contributed greatly to the Chicago Defender, which was a Black-owned newspaper like the Amsterdam News in New York, and just like the Los Angeles Sentinel out west and Los Angeles, California. And they say, because New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, or California as a whole, everybody was leaving the South to escape the Jim Crow.
During the Great Migration.
Oh, yes, sir.
What was it?
Yes,
1939 or 1940?
Yeah, it was. I believe it was prior and during World War II, and I think Langston Hughes had did a poem about it called "Gone."
And the Harlem Renaissance.
Yeah, exactly. But the Harlem Renaissance, Brother Che, was like of the 1910s, the 1920s, all the way up to the 1930s. In some cases, some would even go so far as to say the 1960s. But you also have to keep in mind is that you had a Chicago Renaissance as well, too.
Yep.
You see what I mean? Because you had a lot of authors who grew up in Chicago and wrote books like, what was the brother's name? The brother who wrote the book called Black Boy. Okay. Richard Wright.
Richard Wright.
What's his name? Yeah, Richard Wright. He was from Chicago. Hell, Curtis Mayfield was from Chicago. Sam Cooke was from Chicago.
Bacc was from Chicago. Comedian.
So was Bernie Mac. So was Earth, Wind, and Fire. So was the Emotions.
Earth, Wind, and Fire is from Denver, Chicago. Philip Bailey went to East.
Okay, wait a minute. But I think, who was the leader of the group? That there was Maurice, right? Maurice White.
Yeah.
Who formed the group? I think he was out of Chi-Town. And of course, and then of course Jerry Butler was out of Chi-Town.
Yep.
You see what I mean? Lou Rawls was out of Chi-Town.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
Was Rolls Royce from Chicago?
I don't think so, but you did have the group called the Chi-Lights that were out of Chicago. That's why they call themselves the Chi-Lights. CHI. You see, huh?
The Marvelettes.
The Marvelettes.
Yeah.
I think they might have been out of Chi-Town because, you know, that's real close to Detroit because Chicago and Detroit are about the same distance as it is, man, from Los Angeles to San Francisco. And that's only 400 miles at the most.
I thought it was 800 miles.
No, the state of California, the length of the state of California from the top, from the bottom of Oregon to Mexico or to San Diego, which is right across the street from Mexico, is 796 miles.
Okay. So just less than Texas?
Yeah, the great state of Texas. That's 810 miles across. I've crossed it. You know? Yeah, but hell, that's only 14 miles longer than the length of California.
Yeah.
Yeah, down there with old Governor Bud.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Shabaka, so I'll move to the next topic.
All right.
And that is, should Black Americans use our 1.8 trillion with a T buying power for ourselves?
Hell yeah, man. That's a no-brainer right there.
Hopefully, I don't have a
Fuck
super long
YouTube, man. Fuck your goddamn
Did
questions,
you know that
YouTube.
Black America has great buying power? Watch
We've
this.
been
It's
having
about your
it.
freedom. It's a business. So we're sitting up begging these white men to give us rights. No, affect their money. That's why white men change stuff. Segregation ended because of the Montgomery boycott, because the city of Montgomery almost went bankrupt because of an 18-month boycott. These white men all of a sudden changed their minds. Abraham Lincoln did not free enslaved people because he felt like he needed to do this. He did it to cripple the South economically. Anytime they've done anything, it wasn't to help us because we were humans. It was to mess up another white man's money. So we don't get rights until we mess up a white man's money. That's it. And until they see us as human beings, we have to mess their money up. That's it.
Now, this sister has a point. Mess up their money.
You sound like you, Chewbacca.
That's what we need to do. We need to quit spending all our money on them.
Right.
This is how they're wealthy, because we keep continuing to spend money on them.
And
Do
you got
you know
these
that
ass
Black
scratching
Americans
gossip bosses saying
spent
we should do it.
$1.6 trillion in the year 2021 and on the next year and the next year? We bring a lot of money to the table.
Yeah, we do.
So, and knowing that, we can take our money back.
That's right.
Kill the pockets, hurt the pockets. We're asking for reparations. What better way to do it than to use our buying power? Just like we're going to use our voting power to stop those Democrats that have
I'm on
no
the
respect
goddamn
for us.
couch, but I'm with the buying power.
Because if they did, we would have reparations, right? Right?
Yeah.
So I have an
that's
article
why
here.
the bill for cutting
And it says that
goddamn
Montgomery
check is
city
$900
lines
trillion.
lost between 30,000 and 40,000 bus fares each day during the boycott. The bus company that operated the city busing had suffered financially from the 7-month-long boycott. And the city became desperate to end the boycott.
The city went fucking bankrupt.
See how that works? They became desperate.
Yeah.
Because they needed our money. So they became desperate. They became so desperate that they said, hey, let's end segregation on these buses because, look, we need these Black folks' money. And that ultimately got us what we wanted. So why not use that same analogy? Why not use that same power that we used back then now?
And it's doable.
Because we,
particularly
Black
in this digital
Americans,
age.
spent 1.6
No, I'm a
trillion.
diasporic African. Is because if I was a goddamn American, I wouldn't have the
So that means
motherfucking
we
police
have it.
pulling me over with no
That
probable
means that we
cause.
can help our communities. We can help the less
still have-
fortunate. We can help we can help each other. And we can get reparations. Because we can say, hey, until we get reparations,
right,
our dollars would not go on the wealthy, them people.
Exactly. And the first
How
place
about
to
that?
start is Hollywood.
How about that? We have it, so we could do it. Because we, Black Americans, spent $1.6
I'm a diasporic
trillion.
African. If I was a goddamn American, I
So
wouldn't have to worry about the police
there really
stopping
is
me
no
with probable
excuse.
cause.
None at all.
You got the complexion for the
We have to
beat
stop continuing this pattern of
You mean the complexion
taking
for the
all our dollars
degradation?
and spending it on
Yep.
everyone that's already wealthy. We're taking our monies and spending it on those that's already wealthy instead of our own.
Right.
And holding them accountable for what is owed. Just something for you to think about.
Sister,
So
I've been
leave your
thinking about
thoughts
this for the
in
last
the
40
comment section.
goddamn
I would
years.
love to hear from you. I
I'm
would
just
love to
glad
hear your
somebody
thoughts.
finally is seeing a light.
And for this and other content,
All right.
click subscribe. And
subscribe to
also go
Frontline Black News. Subscribe to Frontline Black News. We relate everybody else's other material. So click like and subscribe to us, and you can go up there and see everybody else.
Yeah. So yeah, sister got a point though. We should.
Oh yes, sir, most definitely. And then on the Serioso, Brother Che, I've gotten into arguments with many of college professors, man, in economic classes, business classes, saying pretty much the same thing of, or paraphrasing, you know, the point that the sister's making right here. And they looked at me like I was crazy. They looked at me like I was a hater and all that. But you know who said that, man, in his heyday as heavyweight champ?
Muhammad Ali.
He sure in the hell did. He went on many a talk shows, man, and stating, like, the white man tells us that God is in the sky and that the devil is in the earth, but he owns everything in the fucking between. He owns all the grocery stores. He owns all the banks. You see what I'm saying? And then when you look at that, and you could pull it up, David Frost's discussion with Ali in 1974, where Ali was up there in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, and they had the interview side the ring. And then Ali says, is you telling me, man, we can't have our own grocery stores, we can't have our own banks? You know what I'm saying? You tell us that God is in the sky and the devil is in the ground, and you motherfuckers own everything in between.
Yeah, we should do a whole show on this.
Oh, hell yeah. But type it up. Make it for next Friday, because Tuesday we're going to deal with Black love and white hate, is because I'm in the process of trying to get some guest speakers from there. You know what I'm saying? And the anchor man came up there with it with the idea when the last time I spoke with him. You know, so I told him that although, you know, that they are preventing him from speaking, you know, he's still part of the platform. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Baton Rouge beat up another brother.
Oh, that's the state capital of the great state of Louisiana, ain't it? Baton Rouge.
Mm-hmm. That's where what's his name? Alton Sterling was killed.
Oh yeah. That there's around the time Brother Micah had came back and did his thing.
Yep. And Darren Shields.
And Christopher Dorner, I believe.
Yep. And Darren Shields. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was kamikaze.
That was what?
Kamikaze year.
Oh yeah. Or as Dr. Newton would said in his writing, revolutionary suicide.
Yep. So moving along, here.
The
propaganda machine is trying to come down on like good old house Negro, Congressman Jamaal Bowman, the one that called himself coming up with the hip hop task force.
Hip hop task force.
Mm-hmm. And then some other crap. So now AIPAC is coming after him.
Who's AIPAC?
AIPAC is this conglomerate of corporations that donate to the political candidates to keep them in office.
Okay. PAC is Political Action Committee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so wait a minute. A Political Action Committee is going after this brother right here?
Yep.
Guess what? He just got inside their offense.
It's an acronym for her.
I understand that. Okay, I understand that, Brother Paris. But what I'm saying is with this brother having something like that coming after him, they really ain't digging what he said. So which means is that this man might be speaking some hidden truth.
It's the small hush bucket. It's the American Israel Affairs Committee.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you want to unseat him. And they have
so
$5 million campaign to see that he is removed from his office. So Amy Good, is gonna give us the update on that. Amy.
Okay.
I think she interviews one of the people from New York.
Okay.
This news is funded
Oh,
to
Amy,
viewers
good.
like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the New York primary approaches, we end today's show with the man New York Magazine calls, quote, the most endangered Democrat in America. Jamaal Bowman represents New York's 16th congressional district, former Bronx middle school principal. His re-election bid is showing the powerful role of AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, in Democratic primary politics. The pro-Israel lobby group reportedly plans to spend as much as $25 million to defeat Bowman, who was one of the first lawmakers to call for a permanent ceasefire after October 7th. AIPAC is backing Bowman's challenger and helped to find and encourage him to run George Latimer, the Westchester County executive. On Tuesday, former progressive New York Congressmember Mondaire Jones shocked many when he also endorsed Latimer in order to, quote, stand up for my Jewish constituents. Jones and Bowman were both elected in 2020. Jones lost his seat and is now running again. Meanwhile, Bowman has held his seat since he defeated the 16-term incumbent Eliot Engel, who once bragged, quote, I sit down with AIPAC on every piece of legislation coming out of Foreign Affairs Committee. Jamaal Bowman is the fourth squad member to face an AIPAC-backed primary challenger this year, along with Congressmembers Cori Bush, Summer Lee, and Ilhan Omar. They all won their primaries. For more, Congressmember Bowman joins us from Yonkers. Congressmember Bowman, welcome back to Democracy Now! The primary is coming up fast. I think June 15th begins early voting. Can you talk about, the kind of history that's being made in this re-election bid that for your seat?
Yes, it's unprecedented. I believe AIPAC is spending more money in this race than they have ever spent before. You know, they are bombarding my constituents with ads, ironically, that have nothing to do with Israel, even though they are a lobby group for Israel. And so it's been overwhelming for the district. The district is actually pretty tired of it and frustrated by it and angered by it because they know my record. They know what I've done the last 3 years, bringing in over $1 billion to the district, reducing gun violence, investing in mental health and substance abuse, investing in affordable housing, etc. But they also know my work for 10 and a half years in this district as a middle school principal. So for AIPAC to come in and try to hurt my reputation and manipulate people with disinformation and in some cases outright lies is pretty despicable. And it is mainly because I called for a permanent ceasefire back in October, and we have been consistent in calling what's happening in Gaza right now an ongoing genocide. So AIPAC cannot have that. They don't want anyone to be critical of the state of Israel, even though honest critique will lead to the ongoing safety and security of the people of Israel and hopefully get us a free Palestine, which is the objective first and foremost.
AIPAC Super PAC, United Democracy Project, has already spent over $10 million on commercials alone to target you. This is one of the TV ads.
Jamaal Bowman has his own agenda and refuses to compromise, even with President Biden. Bowman voted against the President's Infrastructure Act, against rebuilding roads and bridges in New York, against replacing lead pipes. And Jamaal Bowman voted against President Biden's debt limit deal, putting Social Security and Medicare payments at risk, along with our entire economy. Jamaal Bowman has his own agenda, and he's hurting New York. UDP's responsible for the content of this ad.
Jamaal Bowman, if you can respond.
My agenda is the people's agenda. My agenda is Medicare for all. My agenda is a Green New Deal. My agenda is ensuring we put forward President Biden's full agenda, which includes universal child care, universal pre-K, paid leave for the first time in U.S. history, historic investments in affordable housing. We have an affordable housing crisis right now, and President Biden with Build Back Better was trying to move forward on that issue. And we were working with him to move forward on affordable housing and all of Build Back Better, but it was stopped in the Senate by Senator Joe Manchin. And my opponent, being the top recipient of AIPAC money, and funded by racist MAGA Republican billionaires, is already bought and paid for and in the pocket of AIPAC. And just like Joe Manchin, he is going to serve his donors, not the people. And so the people of our district have to ask themselves, do I want another Joe Manchin in Congress serving donors? Or do I want to continue to support Congressman Bowman, who has dedicated his entire life? I have dedicated my entire life to serving children, to serving families, to uplifting education. I come from the working class because I know that the only way our democracy works for everyone is if we really support those who have been least lost, left behind, historically marginalized, historically neglected, and left vulnerable. That is unacceptable. That is what we have to change.
Interestingly, I'm looking at Haaretz. They say Bowman's charged both AIPAC and Democratic majority for Israel with weaponizing anti-Semitism and primarily targeting Democratic candidates who are women and people of color. If you can talk about the major funders of AIPAC, I mean, this is historic, the amount of money they're expected to spend in this election cycle, not only in your race, but around the country. It's believed to be, what, over $100 million?
Adams too.
Yeah, it's again, it blows you away the sheer amount of money they're looking to spend. And they have donors like Paul Singer and others like him who support Supreme Court justices who have supported the gutting of voting rights. Many of their donors support taking away a woman's reproductive rights, taking away affirmative action. They support at least 109, I believe, election deniers, people who did not want to certify or members who did not want to certify the 2020 election results. So this is a right-wing organization. This is an extreme organization. This is a racist organization. And they're the ones trying to come in and buy this seat from a majority minority community with their first Black representative finally speaking up for justice, equality, and our collective humanity. It's really, really gross when you think about the spending.
If you can talk about the Jewish groups that have rallied around you, Democratic Congressmember Bowman.
No, thank you for that, because just like the African-American community, the Jewish community is not a monolith. So we have tremendous support from organizations like Jewish Voices for Peace, Bend the Arc, Americans for Peace Now, If Not Now, the Jewish Vote, the C4 arm of JFREJ, and many others. And so, yes, there are Jewish constituents who want me to have a different approach to Israel in general, and specifically a different approach to what's happening in Gaza. But there are many Jewish organizations and many Jewish constituents who support the work I'm doing and understand very clearly that a pathway to peace forward has to include a free Palestine. We can fight anti-Semitism and have a free Palestine at the same time. You can criticize Israel, you can criticize Zionism, and not be anti-Semitic. And it's been very challenging having these conversations because AIPAC and others with their propaganda machine has been in place for many years, do not engage in these conversations. And the only way to create a better world and a better democracy and a better Israel and a free Palestine is through honest, open conversations that move us forward.
I'm looking at a piece in The Intercept that says, as AIPAC has started to spend directly on elections, the group aligned itself with far-right Republicans. During the 2022 cycle, AIPAC endorsed more than 100 Republicans who voted to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. If you can talk about the latest news about the congressional invite to Benjamin Netanyahu, who the International Criminal Court prosecuted shooter, Kareem Khan, is now seeking indictments against for war crimes in Gaza.
We could be seeking the same again.
To address a joint session of Congress.
Yeah, I'm in complete disbelief. I'm horrified by that invitation. I can't believe we are doing this. You know, when you think about it, when I think about my Palestinian constituents, my Muslim constituents, my constituents who stand up for justice and humanity, who have been fighting to end this genocide in Gaza, what we see is the continued, not just ignoring, but dehumanization of Palestinian people. By inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress, we are—
Oh, hell no. Don't try to link our struggle with theirs. Fuck no. You see that?
Okay.
That little wordsmithing he did there right there? No, they don't compare.
Are stating to Palestinians that your lives do not matter. Your lives are less sacred, less precious, and less valuable than other lives, particularly the lives of those Israeli lives. And it's particularly disgusting because most of the people who have died in Gaza, been killed in Gaza, are women, children, and babies. I can't believe we're inviting them here right now.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you.
Our children, our babies.
Okay. I'm going to say something here, Brother Che. Now, I'm going back in my mind through the— Okay, I'm going in the back of my mind through the annals of history, right?
Mm-hmm.
If memory serves me correct, which it halfway does, Anwar el-Haj Sadat, who was the president of Egypt, had signed peace accords with Menachem Begin of Israel.
Yep.
Then what had happened was that Anwar el-Haj Sadat was assassinated in October of 1981.
Yeah, that's who Sadat X is named after.
Yeah, okay.
Random.
Now keep in mind, Brother Che, I may be wrong because my memory is not what it used to be, okay, because I'm going back 50 years.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Muammar Gaddafi, Sadat's predecessor, Gamal Abdel Nasser.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think the president of Algeria. Okay, when they had the 6-Day War in 1967, I was only 8 years old.
Okay.
And they were dedicating to wiping Israel off the face of the earth. Now, the reason why they said this is because after the end of World War II, when they were getting the Jewish people out of the concentration camps, where the Nazis were performing genocide on them, and fuck the fucking Nazis, okay? Nasser, the head of Libya, King Hussein of Jordan, okay? Yep. They said that they're gonna wipe Israel off the face of the earth, okay? It's because what had happened was that the U.S., let me see, it was the U.S., the British, and all the allies of World War II who were against the Nazis, right? Mm-hmm. They were getting them out of the concentration camps. And so they went there and took them to Palestine. And there was a movie with Paul Newman in the early 1960s called Exodus that dealt with this issue. So then what had happened is that part of the world was a British colony. And what had happened is in 1948, the British,
So this AIPAC is 3 million strong.
Damn.
Proud, pro-Israel Americans working to strengthen bipartisan support for the U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind
20
that you got a
5 million against this brother for all intents and purposes.
Okay, and keep in mind that like New York, Los Angeles has a large Jewish population is because it's the Jewish population that brought you Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, for any of our listeners out here, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, hit our chat room and what have you. But to go against this brother is because he had brought something up. The way they're doing is extremely vindictive. And it appears now that the Israelis are becoming just as bad as the enemies that they had in 1948 that they were against. And not to mention the fact, a guy by the name of Yasser Arafat, who became like the director of the Palestinian Authority, who tried to make peace with the Israelis like Anwar Sadat did with the Camp David Accords, and this here would be during the Carter and Reagan years, okay? So now what is happening is what the Israelis are currently doing, from what I'm seeing, is that they're performing genocide on the Palestinians. So if they're doing that, I hate to say, then they are no different than what the Nazis did to them.
Mm. Yep.
I'm just putting it out there.
Yep.
Okay. And this here is supposed to be freedom of speech. That there's my assessment for now on it, you know, after I do further research on it, because I have to go through my mental records and I have to go through some historical records. Now, there was a black man from Los Angeles by the name of Ralph Bunche, who was a diplomat in 1948, who had helped to set up the nation of what they call Israel to this day, okay? And we might get some backlash on this, people, okay? But this here is supposed to be freedom of speech and all of that. And if it is, then you guys, the powers that be off this social media shit, wouldn't persecute us for it. It's because you have put these Palestinians, okay, in their own land and for all practical purposes in concentration camps, just like the Nazis did you, okay? And I noticed that's what's been coming over the news lately.
Steps to Nazi Germany. How many steps was it? 9 steps, 7 steps to Nazi Germany?
Yes, sir, I believe so. Because there's an old saying that they should have stopped Hitler in Munich, and I believe that there was about 1936 or something like that.
Yeah, the same time the Owens was whooping their ass in the race.
Oh, yeah. Jesse Owens, when he went to the 1936 Olympics, which was the Olympiad after the 1932 Olympics in Los Angeles, when they built the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum.
Yep.
When Jesse Owens had won the gold medal, Hitler got up and left the stands.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
and
was
then
so much for that master race.
Oh yeah, and now here's the kicker. 2 years later, okay, Joe Louis is going to defend the heavyweight championship of the world against Max Schmeling.
Yep.
Okay. So as Joe Louis was training for the fight, he had a visit from FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who went to his training camp and told him, well, Joe, you got to do this here for America and all this bullshit. And keep in mind, Jim Crowism was at its height in 1936 down in the South where Mr. Lewis was born.
Yeah.
And so he went over there and he smashed Max Schmeling. Okay. I mean, he fucked him up bad. I think he ended Schmeling's career. So then what had happened was, yeah, and then what had happened was, I believe that Hitler had expelled Schmeling from Germany. Took all his money, all his property, all that old type of shit. So then Max Schmeling had came to the United States, and guess where he went?
Madison
He went to
Square.
he went to the south side of Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Joe Louis was at a location on the south side of Chicago. I don't know if Joe Louis had resided there or if he had a home there or what.
Yeah.
Okay, so what had happened is that Max Schmeling is trying to find Joe Louis. He's on the south side of Chicago, and that's all black folk.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the thugs went up there and stepped up to Schmeling and like, hey,
When you
man,
signed
break
up for
yourself.
renter's insurance?
And what had happened was Joe Louis had came out of this bar or location or restaurant or where he was, and he told them thugs, hey, man, leave that man alone. That is Max Schmeling. And he will whoop your ass. After all, he handed me my first deal. So I think what it was that Joe Louis had was helping Schmeling out a little bit because Hitler had took everything away from Schmeling. His bank accounts, his house, all his tangible assets, you know what I'm saying? And he barred him from Germany for losing to a Schwarz, which is German for black in a derogatory way, or let's just say a nigger, like Schwarzenegger. The name Schwarzenegger interpreted means black nigger, okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So therefore, Ralph Bunche has got all this support for the Israelis. And I think in 1948 is when your boy Adam Clayton Powell first got elected to the U.S. Congress.
Yeah.
They were supporting, you know, the Israelis. But like Yasser Arafat said, what about us?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? You know, for all practical purposes, these are invaders.
And they
Now,
are no invaders.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm being careful with my language, man, so they don't pull the plug on us.
Yeah,
you see.
Here's the thing:
But
these Philistines, because it's Philistine we're talking about.
Right.
The Philistines were our.
Okay, now, as you know, Brother Che, we had a guest on our podcast a while back who's very, very knowledgeable about scripture.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking what I want to do is invite this brother to come on.
We still got to do the Hebrew Israelites versus the Moors or conversation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, you know, Brother Che, now we got to be very prepared on that because, you know, that's World War III.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, man. That's World War III. Okay. I don't mind doing it, but it has to be severely controlled. You see what I'm saying? Because we don't want people getting into a shouting match. We don't want to alienate any of our supporters, what few we have. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know we do. And we're growing. But see, our platform, Brother Che, as you already know, we speak against what is the popular version of what is truth. And as Dr. Newton had stated to his members of the Black Panther Party, that once you set foot on this path, you are doomed. I don't think that we are doomed. If any damn thing, man, what we're trying to do all across the board, as the Queen Mother had stated, and revolution is love, is to save this goddamn planet.
Mm-hmm. That's going to
See
save
what
itself.
I mean?
We can help it save itself, but it's going to save itself.
Exactly. But one thing, though, you have to understand is that the earth itself is a living being just as we are.
Yes,
the earth says,
sentient being.
Yeah, and the earth says, oh, you want to pollute my skies? Okay, fuck it. I'll give you back smog.
Yep.
You motherfuckers want to sit up there and pollute my water? Fine, I'll give you back water pollution.
And
you see what I'm saying?
To go right along with it. To bite
Yeah.
your ass. So good good old state of Florida. And the Panthers, man.
Man, the Panthers is
a race soldier that killed our brother Nathan Fortson. I keep saying Fortson.
Also, So the airman got killed in Florida.
Yes, in the panties land.
Oh, okay. I thought he got killed in the great state of Texas with old Governor Bud.
No, he got killed in Florida.
Down there with the panties. The
And on your screen,
transvestite motherfucker.
Yeah, and on your screen is the suspected white supremacist, white passing Latino that killed him.
Okay,
So-
what did Dr. Claude Anderson tell us 10 years ago?
That we had no friends and that they were going to replace us with the Latinos.
Yeah, to kill us. And it's proved Dr. Anderson's point right there. And if we can get a hold of Dr. Anderson and come on our podcast, that'd be great.
This Superman looking pig right here is the one that killed our brother. Nathan.
That killed the airman. Okay.
So
and,
they've been, hold on, Shabaka. They've been trying their best to dirty up our brother. They can't find nothing to get him on. So now
the airman.
So now
okay, now let me explain something. Do you know how thorough background checks that the Air Force does on its personnel who want to be in the Air Force?
Oh, very.
Yeah.
Top notch. Clearance.
Yes, because I've had family members in the Air Force that they had told me this. Okay, so here's the airman. Got married to Uncle Sam, saying that he would obey all orders and uphold the Constitution of the United States, and will obey all orders of the officers, including the president, right? This is what they mean by when you get married to Uncle Sam. Okay.
Yeah. When you took the oath, yep.
Right. So therefore, this race soldier had went out there and killed a soldier in the U.S. military, and the FBI should be going right there, placing this son of a bitch in a pair of handcuffs.
Right. In a perfect world. But the same
Exactly.
Thing. So
yeah. To quote you, Brother Che, in a perfect world.
Shout out to his mother.
Absolutely, because
type of things happen.
Mama is saying right here is that the mother who killed her son says firing alone won't cut it. So this son of a bitch should be placed in a goddamn federal jail, and they need to throw this son of a bitch on the island of Alcatraz as is, which would be the perfect punishment for him.
So this
Me
is from
personally, I think the motherfucker ought to get the goddamn federal death penalty like they did Timothy McVeigh.
Oh, that would be lovely. This is a WARE channel, whatever WARE stands for. Down there.
Is that W-U-R-D? No, that's WARE, W-E-A-R. Okay.
Channel 3.
Down in great state
of Florida.
In the great state of Florida.
Who shot and killed Air Force Senior Airman Friday. Sheriff Eric Aden fired the deputy who shot and killed Air Force Senior Airman Roger Fortson in early May. The deputy was identified as Eddie Duran. He served in the U.S. Army from 2003 to 14, and he has more than a decade of experience in law enforcement. The Sheriff's Office Internal Affairs investigation determined Duran's use of deadly force was not, quote, objectively reasonable. And today we're hearing from...
Oh, you think objectively reasonable.
Okay.
Fortson's mother and attorney, who reacted to the termination and why they say justice has not been served. Tanner Stewart spent the day combing through that report and explains what Fortson's family wants
my
to
baby,
see.
I want goddamn justice.
So this morning, attorney Ben Crump and Roger Fortson's mother Mika both
that ambulance chasing motherfucker.
Expressing their
Lord, Ben Crump's on it.
all unfolded.
Yeah.
There appears to be an effort to tarnish Roger Fortson's reputation. This 29-page internal affairs report released Friday reveals a detailed account from many perspectives, including the leasing agent at the apartment complex who called police after a neighbor reported a disturbance to the leasing office. We've learned through the report that the resident who made the initial call was a fellow airman who says they didn't know Roger Fortson personally. The neighbor described to investigators hearing yelling through a vent in their apartment for roughly 30 minutes, saying they'd heard arguing coming from the apartment before that day, adding they were concerned for a child they believed may have been in the residence. Fortson's family attorney Ben Crump doubled down today on the fact that he believes police were at the wrong apartment.
He was in the apartment by himself with his dog, Chloe, video chatting with his girlfriend. There was no domestic dispute between a male and female. There were no children in his apartment. And so they had the wrong apartment. Period.
Fortson's mother, Mika, says the detailed report isn't enough to bring her closure.
Let's be clear. Don't let this gold teeth fool you guys. I'm not dumb. I want justice for my child. You're not going to throw me a bone.
The investigation details former Deputy Eddie Duran's mindset leading up to the shooting and what signs pointed him to believe he was in fear of his life. Duran was asked why he didn't wait for backup. The report states he believed the issue had escalated to a physical altercation. Duran was asked by Internal Affairs if he heard signs of a disturbance as he was walking toward Fortson's apartment. He replied no. After knocking the first time without announcing himself, the report states Duran says he heard something to the effect of referencing police. After Fortson answered the door, Duran described seeing aggression and anger on Fortson's face, telling investigators, quote, "That showed me there was obviously a little discontent for me knocking at the door," close quote. It further states Duran says Fortson was not complying with him between the few seconds that Fortson opens his apartment door and Duran opens fire. Duran stated, "Based on everything that I had taken into account, I felt 100% that action was going to be my best course as opposed to reaction." The sheriff's office determined Duran's actions don't justify the use of deadly force, explaining the investigation doesn't show Fortson making hostile or attacking movements toward the deputy. Fortson's mother says the report is a slap on the wrist for the deputy involved.
That's not justice for me. It's so many lies in that report. It's so much left out in that report. Bring up charges against him. He thought he wasn't going to make it home to his family. Guess what? This one did it.
Attorney Ben Crump says the shooting is simply not justified and fully anticipates criminal charges.
I absolutely believe there would be charges in this case. It would be an affront to justice, I believe, if there are not charges. I mean, you're in your own home. You're in your own home. If you can't be safe in the sanctity of your own home, where can you be safe at?
Roger Fortson's girlfriend on the FaceTime call disputes the claims that there was an argument taking place, also stating she never heard law enforcement or Roger acknowledging police. FDLE tells me this afternoon no information is being released as their investigation remains ongoing. In the studio, I'm Tanner Stewart.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Oh, yeah. So, we have to hear from Professor Black Truth.
Oh, yeah. What does the professor got to say?
So, Roger Force says killer has been fired, but not charged.
Okay.
The mother of Roger Fortson is speaking out about the murder of her son. The murderer has been fired from the sheriff's department that he was stalking for, but there haven't been any charges filed against him, even though it's obvious he's guilty as hell. Now, the murderer has been identified as Eddie Duran, a white Hispanic, so let's hear it for the Black-Brown Alliance. I'm also wondering where the Latino organizations are at to stand with the Black community at this moment.
Nowhere.
Probably at the same place they were when Geronimo Yanez murdered Philandro Castillo. The white media has been trying to bury this case because they can't find any dirt on the victim. This young man was a member of the military, and they don't have any sort of dirt that they found on the guy. Every picture of him shows him in his military uniform. Yeah, not the kind of optics that the white media likes. They need some dirt on this young man, and they can't find any at all. See, this is how it is whenever the victim's Black and they can't find a way to dirty them up. They try to drop the story or suppress it, bury it, pretend that they forgot all about it. Even the Aryan propagandists couldn't put a spin on it. They tried to, though. They had to report that this murderer didn't identify himself and that he shot Mr. Fortson first and then said drop the gun afterwards. But even so, there are some members of the white media trying to hold the line nonetheless. USA Today did a story on this, and they told a version that left out half the facts. They claimed that the killer knocked on the victim's door and announced that he was with the sheriff's office. Now, that's not how it happened at all. And the body camera shows that. It's not even in doubt. The killer did not announce himself when he first started banging on the door. He began pounding on the door first, and didn't announce himself at all. It was only after Mr. Fortson didn't answer that he later said that he was with the sheriff's office. But by then, any reasonable person would be suspicious that this wasn't the police, and the killer also covered the peephole to the door so Mr. Fortson couldn't see who it was. The killer only stopped blocking the peephole when he stepped to the side out of view of anyone who might be looking through the peephole. So this was not the behavior of legitimate law enforcement. This is what criminals do when they're trying to set up a home invasion, which is what this actually was. Also, USA Today claimed that the killer told Mr. Fortson to step back, then shot him. But the reality was he said it as he was firing at Mr. Fortson. And he also didn't say to drop the gun until after Mr. Fortson had been shot and lay dying on the ground. But USA Today left that little detail out. So the white media is acting like the white media. The only way that they can even remotely try to defend this murder is by leaving out half the things that the killer did in the course of the kill. And that's the white media's purpose, to be the PR wing for the thugs in blue. But even so, even in death, Mr. Fortson isn't making it easy for them. And you know that this creep Duran is dirty as hell. Like all the other cops, the white media tries to act like they don't have any citizen complaints against him and like his service record squeaky clean. They do that with all the cops whenever they murder a black person. And then we find out later that they predictably had tons of citizens' complaints and that the department knew all about them. And had they been punished, they could have been stopped long before they murdered someone. It's like Daniel Pentalio after he strangled Eric Garner to death. The white media tried to pretend as if this guy's record was squeaky clean. Oh, there's nothing to see here. And then it comes out later that he had been successfully sued twice for racial profiling and police brutality. This before he murdered Eric Garner. But the white media decided to downplay that. Derek Chauvin, of course, had been putting his knee on black people long before George Floyd. He had done this before, but the white media suppressed that too. Now, the sheriff's office down there has released their internal affairs investigative report about Duran, and you notice that it didn't take them years to do this. It took days, not years. So, as usual, whenever the police lie and claim that, oh, this cop shot a black person, well, the investigation could take years to be resolved, that's because they're trying to bury the case. They're hoping it will go away. They want the headlines to go away so that they can go ahead and let the killer walk. And in this case, the Internal Affairs report simply stated the obvious, that Mr. Fortson didn't make any furtive or overt move or any other kind of gesture that would warrant murdering him. The usual lies that the police always tell during one of these incidents. Oh, well, the nigger made a furtive gesture. He made an overt move. Now you can't do in this case because it's all on video. And just to show that these white supremacists never update their playbook, Duran was trying to rehash the old talking points about being afraid for his life. I was scared. I was afraid I was going to die. And then, of course, the big bad black man, he was a demon. Ain't that what they said about Mike Brown? This black man, as soon as I saw him, it was like I was looking at the devil. He said that this young military soldier that apparently had aggression in his eyes, maybe because you're banging on his door without announcing yourself. But he was trying to do all that stuff, trying to see if he could resurrect the old lie about, see, I was scared for my life. That's my get out of jail free card, right? He's still trying to do it at this late date. The Internal Affairs report also concluded that the murderer's use of force wasn't reasonable. See, when Florida made it legal to carry a gun anywhere, anytime, they also made it harder for the thugs in blue to automatically claim so-and-so had a gun. Well, that's not illegal, and it's not supposed to be unusual either. It took away a lot of the police's excuses because that's what the law is now. Though, of course, with the white media's help, they do try to act as if this law doesn't apply to black people. Well, there's an exception where black people are concerned. Mr. Fortson's mother is doing the right thing. She's calling out the authorities and telling them she sees what they're trying to do and that she's not fooled. She's not accepting any bones being thrown to her. She wants the animal who murdered her son to be charged with the crime that he committed. She says, take his credentials, take his pension, and take his freedom too.
That's what I always.
It's still early days, but it reminds me of the parents of Ahmaud Arbery. A large part of holding the bastards accountable comes down to how much pressure the families put forward. The responsibility to make sure that these atrocities aren't allowed to just fade from the headlines rests principally, not exclusively, but principally with the families of the deceased. It is their responsibility to make sure that they bang the drum and keep the names of their loved ones alive and make sure that the white media isn't allowed to just let this die a natural death. When Tatiana Jefferson was murdered, her mother's side of the family started buck dancing, but her father, even in his terminal condition, even while the man was dying, he stayed on code. And he specifically said he didn't want any hugs from the criminal who murdered his daughter. He, of course, was specifically referencing the brother of Botham Jean and his shameful display in court. So it's good to see that there are still some Black folks who understand exactly what needs to be said. Let us hope that the mother of Mr. Fortson remains consistent with this. And by the way, of course, Benjamin Crump, he's always sniffing around. Florida happens to be his home base, so you knew that this dude wouldn't be far behind. You know, my gut tells me that Mushmouth is going to try some sort of half-brained run for political office at some point in the not-too-distant future. His buddy Sleaze Merritt tried it in Texas and failed spectacularly. And since mediocre minds think alike, it's fully in the cards that Crump just might try the same thing at some point. All right, so now we go from the oppressed to the opportunistic. Fannie Willis. Word around the campfire is that the good old boys down in Georgia have gotten on code, or at least they're trying to, and they put the brakes on Fannie's case against Trump, not because of anything having to do with the trial itself, but actually because of her. At least she's the target. Georgia's appeals court said that they want to evaluate whether Fannie Willis should be disqualified from handling this case. And it's expected that they're not going to be able to make any sort of determination on that until March of next year. Well after the election, what a surprise. And this action follows closely on what was basically a trial in all but name of Fannie Willis, talking about her personal life with one of her subordinates. Was there money that changed hands or was there not? Oh, yeah, they're raking her over the coals. As far as they're concerned, try to dirty her up. Yeah, they couldn't stop her from getting reelected, but who knows? Maybe they can trample any other sort of political ambitions she has for the future. And where are the white leftists who pretended to be so in love with her? Shouldn't they be doing a full court press to protect her? But they're not. Yeah, because even while they're supposed to be at war with the white right, they still understand that they don't want to set the precedent that they're supposed to be coming to the aid of their bootlicks. No matter what phony, insincere praise they may pretend to give these bootlicks in their white media, the reality is, times like this, they're on their own. And because nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, down in Florida, the federal judge presiding over that missing documents case of Mar-a-Lago, she was appointed by Trump, and she's proving that she was worth every penny she paid to get the job. Trump made sure that when he appointed federal judges, he chose the most corrupt and sniveling suck-up he could to be in charge of the district where he lives. And this woman's sitting here saying that basically we need to be kicking the can down the road, not so fast. Oh, I got a whole lot of case law on this I need to read up on. Aren't we going a little bit too fast? That's what she's saying. This woman isn't a judge. When Trump appointed her to the federal bench, he put her there as his insurance policy against any sort of conviction at the federal level. And so far, she's paying off. She's not the brightest bulb, but then again, she doesn't have to be because a large part of her job comes down to her own indiscretion. And speaking of indiscreet, I can't really get into the Trump trials because we have our own interests that need attention. Alvin Bragg showed more gumption going after a former president than he did going after a lone lunatic racist punk like Miya Ponsetto. And why would that be the case? Because he was terrified at even the prospect of taking her to court. He couldn't dismiss that case soon enough. And why is that? Because that was a case about punishing an anti-Black racist for an anti-Black race attack. And he knows that the dominant society, the people who funded his DA campaign, he knows that they don't like the idea of him actually criminalizing anti-Black violence. And if he wants their support for any of his future political campaigns, when he tries to run for governor, say, he knows he needs their support. And that being the case, they engage in the exact same types of anti-Black racism. And he wants to make it clear, hands off that. I will maintain the hands-off policy for anti-Black violence. This is the Alvin Bragg who the left corner of the white media tries to laud these days. And, oh, how wonderful you did that, please. You got these clowns. They each got their own little personal axes to grind with one another. And as far as they're concerned, Alvin Bragg is a useful idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. Trump made himself into a sanctioned target. He wasn't one originally, but of course, his behavior and his actions and his antics changed that. So it's okay for Alvin Bragg to go after him because at least half the political machine is fine with it, and the other half is, at worst, ambivalent. These Black prosecutors who the left side of the white media is trying to hype up, they need to be pursuing actual justice and putting cases on the people who attack us. Right. Then again, we didn't choose Fannie Willis to be DA. White power did. We didn't choose Alvin Bragg either. White power found this chump and put him in office. So these bootlicks are following the whims of their masters. But family, don't let anyone take your eye off the ball. This jockeying for position that the powerful are doing, that's only relevant to them. That's how they arrange the deck chairs. It suits their purposes, not ours. While I'm no fan of Trump, and I sure hope you aren't either, the reality is that what's going on with the family of Roger Fortson is far more relevant to us than what's going on with Trump. That prosecutorial circus is nothing more than a political sideshow. But I'm not paying attention, because no matter which one of them wins, we still lose. That is, if we're silly enough to keep playing the game. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cyberdyne 100, Mark Anderson, Blacc Voltron Reloaded, Ginger Vine, and Swole Money. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Blacc and
they have all shouted us out, so I shout them out as well. Shabaka. So should we continue in the game?
Okay, should we continue what now?
Playing the game.
No, what we need to do is sit on the couch, build up our own financial infrastructures, and then flex our economical muscle. You see what I'm saying? It's because this shit, man, is dangerous, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's dangerous. It really is dangerous, And
shout out the mother of Roger Fortson for having the tenacity and the wherewithal to demand justice for her son.
Oh, absolutely.
It's under the rug. And you're not going to get away by just firing the officer. You got to do way better than that, the panties. Your state is corrupt. They don't want Black people in the state. They basically invited Black people in Florida. So the example definitely needs to be set on this white passing Latino race who killed her son. And shout out to her for not getting on that forgive nonsense that we usually see with Ben Crump when he takes a case or scam Merritt, Lee Merritt, any other chasers, Al Sharpton. So shout out to her for I want justice for my son. She said,
absolutely.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Lady Che? I know you've been itching to say something in regards to this.
Yeah. I mean, finally, it's somebody who's like, don't take me, don't treat me like I'm done, because I have motherfucking goals in my mouth. And you talk to me any kind of way. My son died. Got killed. But somebody was that's what we can't find nothing on him.
All your notifications.
We can't find nothing on the man.
Yeah, man, we're getting notifications real heavy on here.
So she had a good son, that went into the military. Boom. She's like, you're not gonna stain my son's name.
Right.
You're not gonna do that, and you're not gonna just let it slide. Which is right. Firing him isn't anything. It's nothing.
They don't ever get fired. They just get transferred.
Not only that, but he just needs to be held accountable, and he can't be everything taken away. If the young man can't live his life, well, how the fuck can he live his life peacefully without no repercussion?
Right.
I'm talking about Andy. Then I'm just saying.
And they said his actions did not warrant any use of force, so he has no justification for killing him.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So what they need to do with that motherfucker is go up there, serve a warrant for his arrest, throw that motherfucker off in his county jumpsuit, and have him walk the concrete with the general population.
He going to PC.
Let that motherfucker, man, take the same risk that we all do when we go into the motherfucker. Fuck him.
Yeah, he's going to PC.
You know it. You know it. You know it. You know it. You know what I'm saying? And fuck that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. And then also,
family, I'm sorry you lost your son as a result of a race soldier, a white race soldier at that. So we have
in his own house.
In his own house, while he was at his own crib, minding his own business with his dog. video chatting his girlfriend.
I think it was a fucking Karen or Ken that did that.
Yeah, it was a Karen. A Karen called in his murder. Talking about she
A Karen.
Yeah, it was Karen that called in.
Fucking Karen.
As usual, Valley.
Yeah.
You got that.
And as for Fanny the Mammy, your days are numbered, Fanny.
She gotta be held accountable too, the one who called.
Oh yeah, definitely. But this is the good old state of Florida. The Panties.
Down there, great state of Florida. Down there with Governor DePantis, the transvestite motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
They don't have a Karen Act in Florida. They need one. This is clearly a violation of Karen Act.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because I'm really how she felt though she got that man killed.
Yeah.
That's what she wanted. Talking about there was a disturbance going on, and none of that was going on. Like, dude, man, there's a child, and there was no child anywhere on the scene.
Yeah.
Just make up whatever, just like Carolyn Bryant, just to justify killing one of our children.
Yeah.
Okay, so if nobody else has anything to say about this, I'm going to move us to the next topic.
Yes.
That is that coon-ass Negro, Byron Donalds.
Okay, now I've heard that name. Who is this trick?
If I'm not mistaken, it was either MD or SARS that was bigging him up and said that he should be the dumps running mate, or he should be a candidate for the dumps running mate. He's on the list of candidates according to SARS.
Yeah.
For the dumps VP. So he said that basically Jim Crow era was good for Black families. And what he said got twisted up by MSDNC. And Joy Reid called herself grilling him on her show, and he backtracked what he said.
Okay, you talking about Joy Reid with the readout?
Yep.
All right, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
Shout out to Lisa. Gave on this madness.
Transform your hair with hair growth products by 12 tribes on Earth. Experience natural, powerful ingredients that promote thicker, longer, and healthier hair. Say goodbye to thinning and hello to confidence. Hair growth oil, shampoo, spray, and butter by 12 tribes on Earth, because your hair deserves the best. Just look for the links in the comments section.
I don't know what you said, Lady Shay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, Byron, Donald, Tim Scott, Candace Owens, you know, these are the ones that always tell us to let's move forward, forget about the past, or they're just race deniers altogether. Well, he done came out talking about, well, Black families were together during Jim Crow. Jim Crow was a miserable time. Just like today is a miserable time for our people. And, you know, I notice y'all want to bring these things up when it's convenient for you. But if we bring it up in general, think about race too much and all this stuff, get out of here. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this was a terrible time period for our people. And I guess they're raising these raccoons raise these kind of things just so their white slave master don't feel so bad about what they did to us. Well, hell, I ain't gonna make them feel better about shit. Okay, excuse my language. I ain't gotta make these people feel better about a goddamn thing.
Right.
Whoa, you've been
So
listening to Chewbacca's Black
I'm
Experience
sick
and
of
Hands,
these
have you, sister?
raccoons, y'all. I'm sick of
You got
them.
an email?
We should have dealt with them
Yeah, you're
long
right. I
ago.
do.
This is the reason why they're so empowered today, because nothing ever happens to them. Nothing. Trump surrogate Byron Donalds harkens back to Jim Crow era when the Black family was together. Well, the Black family still is together. Despite what y'all try to claim, the Black family still is together. You know why? Because you can tell by the way they have certain things in place. Mass incarceration is still going on. That was a big tool they used to keep the families in our community separated. And it's still going on because we're not as away from each other as they're claiming, y'all. That's why they still got mass incarceration going on. You know, it's not about what these people say. It's always watch the actions. Go by the actions, not by the lame ass words that come out of their mouth. Those are just useless words that make them feel better. So, anyway, Republican Rep Byron Donalds speaking Tuesday at a Black voter outreach event for former President Donald Trump suggests Black families were more unified and better off during the Jim Crow era. No, our people were not better off. The unified, yeah, we had to be unified. But the better off, no, we were not better off during Jim Crow. You know, it's just like these jokers like Byron Donald will come out talking about things were better when we were slaves and all that stuff, because they're trying to make their white slave master feel not so bad about what they've done. The hell with that.
Right.
So this is the idiot stuff that he has come out and said. And you want to know why I talk the way I do about these raccoons? So it sparked immediate backlash from the Black Democratic officials at a Philadelphia campaign event. Donalds, a Florida Republican, like Trump, suggests that things had gotten worse for Black people after they embraced Democrats following President Lyndon Johnson's enactment of the Great Society programs in the 1960s, which expanded federal food stamps, housing, welfare, Medicaid for low-income Americans. Well, I tell you what, Byron Donald, since you think Jim Crow is so good, let your handlers treat you like it's still Jim Crow. All the lynchings, all of people, doors getting kicked in by the Klan, and you sitting up here talking about it was better for Black people then.
No wonder he was such.
My family lived through Jim Crow, especially the elders in my family. I ain't heard none of them talk glowingly about it yet, because it wasn't. You know, here you got this Negro trying to paint a false narrative about what it was like for Black men, women, and children during Jim Crow.
Those people probably arrived after.
He goes on to say, you see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative minded. Yeah, that part's true. But more Black people voted conservatively. Donald, this is one of his Trump top allies in Congress and a campaign surrogate. Wow. See, here's the problem. They only tell part of the story. What happened to those Dixiecrats? What did they do? They all left and went over to the Republican side. See, that's the part y'all don't want to talk about. You always want to stop short on the truth.
Yep.
And Byron Donalds is doing the same thing. He is stopping short on the truth. Yep. And so, to me, if this is what you're going to talk about in order to win over Black voters, this dude then fell flat on his face. Why would you have this topic of conversation and you're trying to win over more Black voters for the Republican Party? Y'all don't have I guess the Republican Party must be all tapped out. They don't have anybody with no damn common sense that can get up and speak to the Black community.
Nope.
They don't have no one, y'all. No one. No one. They pick these raccoons and they don't have no common sense. And they pick these, they gonna vote for, they got sneakers. Oh, Black people like sneakers. Is there anybody in the Republican Party with a fraction of common sense that can address the Black community?
No.
Because right now we haven't heard one single thing that even makes common sense coming from y'all. You're doing a piss poor job in trying to win over the Black community.
We're at Dave's Hot Chicken and we're gonna try the Dave's cauliflower.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the
right
commercial.
now. And I mean poor. So anyway, it just talks about how outraged some of the Democrats, Congressional Black Caucus. I really don't want to hear from these folks. And I'm not even going to talk about y'all. Y'all get on my nerve too. But the bottom line is, if Republicans want Black votes, you're going to have to do a hell of a lot better when you address our people. Byron Donald getting up talking about Black families being united during Jim Crow. I just don't know who is supposed to be impressed by that. Maybe himself. I don't know. Maybe that's the only one impressed with what he said. You notice all the way up until now, y'all, they have not spoken to the Black community about one single issue. Yeah, we heard about Donald Trump's indictment and other silly things, but not one issue from the Republican Party. Not one issue when they get around Black folk. And we know Trump don't have any plan. We know he don't have that either. Oh, boy.
I know, Lisa. I feel the same way. Lisa just drinking that water like.
Wow. Does he realize Emmett Till happened during Jim Crow? Yeah.
These peoples are not from here.
Lake Lanier. That happened during Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it did.
So we were better off being lynched and drowned and towns burnt down and white mobs
Black Wall
trying
Street.
to kick up dirt over a bunch of nothing
Los
as
Angeles,
usual.
1992.
We were better off with that. Wow. Please leave your comment and
yeah, please do the same. So Lady Che just brought it to my attention that Mr. Ryan Donald isn't even FBA. His people's from Jamaica.
And he got a white wife.
And he married to a white girl.
Is that what you call a tether, Brother Che?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly, a tether. And he is trying to speak on something that his people wasn't even had to deal with.
Joy Reach I checked too, but she's for her birds are safe from the same place. She tell it too. How did she check him? She tell it too.
Right. She's caping for the Democrats.
The best check though was from Jeffries or whatever his name.
Oh, Hakeem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, well, Hakeem Jeffries is FBA.
Hakeem Jeffries checked
Mhm.
that was
Yeah.
So, of course, as they usually do in these cases, he walks back his comments on segregation. Now it's Jim Crow. Great. Oh, yeah, thing.
Oh, yeah.
Section. And they did just to see what Black Republicans would say about this. And they did just what I thought they would do, try to defend Byron Donalds. And see, this is what I'm saying about Black Republicans. Whenever somebody gets out of pocket, like what Byron Donalds did, y'all go silent. Y'all don't come out in a big way and say, wait a minute, Jim Crow was not good. You know, where is he going with this? Why is he out in public saying this? Y'all don't say nothing. And so it gives the impression that you agree with this, and some expressed it. So it just sort of confirms why I don't like y'all. Seriously, I don't like y'all, because everybody should have been on this dude. I don't care what side of the aisle you were on, Democrat or Republican. He should not have been in the media saying the things that he was saying. Jim Crow was a very horrible time for the Black community. Some of the most horrific things in history happened to our people during that time period. And for this man to try to find something decent in a horrible time is just indefensible. You know, and no, the fact that he's walking it back, I don't care about that. It goes to show you these Byron Donald types are
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Fuck the commercial.
Full business functionality.
Fuck the commercial.
And design tailored
just
for you.
Commercial. Fuck the commercial.
Customize every element of your website.
The commercial. Fuck the
and
commercial.
watch your vision come to life.
A detriment to the Black community. When they rear their head to speak, it is going to be something harmful to us as a whole. We don't need anybody like this representing the community. We don't need him representing anything. Seriously, he shouldn't see. This is exactly what they love putting in office. Some Black community misfit that we don't feel at all. This is who they're content with, sitting in political office. So now he walked back his claim that Black Americans had it better when segregation was still imposed, falsely claiming his words were being twisted. No, they weren't. Nobody twisted his words. So, yeah, I did see part of that interview that he did with Joy Reid, and he denied everything. I never said that. It was bad. Well, you shouldn't have said it at all. If your goal is to bring in more Black voters, how are you going to bring them in talking about Jim Crow? You shouldn't have been talking about that at all. Plain and simple. It don't matter. I meant this. I didn't say that. I didn't do this. Who the hell cares about all of that?
Right.
If your job is to bring in Black voters, it don't seem to me like you want those Black voters. Look at the topic you're on. Jim Crow. That's your way of bringing in Black voters? No, he ain't thinking at all. So anyway, Donald's maintained that his comments were only meant to refer to marriage rates, which have declined over the decade. Yes, but it declined for everyone, not just the Black community.
Right.
You know, the people that you favor and they look like your wife, yeah, it declined among them too. We're not the only ones that it has declined among. I mean, but I know that's the way you try to make it come off. But at an event earlier this week in Philadelphia aimed at promoting the Trump campaign to Black voters, Donald said the era of segregation was also better politically. No, it really wasn't. During that time era, they had all kinds of crap they were putting in place against the Black community.
Yep.
No, politically, it wasn't good.
Donald Trump is the first former U.S. president.
The literacy test.
A convicted felon.
Black codes were still in effect.
It wasn't good. I don't know what the hell you must have sleptwalked through history or something. Maybe your teacher should have woke you up, so you should have paid attention. So then you see during Jim Crow, this is him talking, the Black family was together, he told the audience, a cigar in hand at the event. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. Actually, it was not a lot of voting going on in the Black community,
right?
Because our people were being threatened.
Yeah.
And they had to take ridiculous tests.
Yeah.
You know, like how many bubble gum is in this big jar and it's stupid mess. Okay. So no, no matter how you look at it politically or being in the Black community or living through it, it was a terrible time. There is you can't pretty up the ugly pig, okay? You just can't.
Put lipstick on
So no matter how he express it, you can't make Jim Crow look good.
Right.
It is impossible.
Try, though.
And no, there were not a lot of Black people back then voting. They were being blocked and all kinds of stuff, even life threatened if they voted.
Kind of like now.
So anyway, you know, some people did not forget about that era. You know, our Black people literally had no rights, none. And we barely, the laughable ones they give us now, they don't even want you having that. But look,
pretty much,
this man also said that, you know, he also rebutted victimhood. You know what? I don't even care about that from y'all. Look, Black Republicans, we were victims of segregation.
Yep.
We were and still are victims to racist violence. We are victims to a system that refused to give us reparations when they know they've stolen our land, stolen our children from us, stolen our freedom, stolen our labor. Yeah, we are the victims of that.
Yep.
Okay, y'all sitting around talking about you're not a victim and that ain't impressive at all. because I noticed one glowing thing about you folks that love talking about victimhood.
It's just a nothing burger.
Number one, you don't care that this nation has never right is wrong. That as soon as I hear, oh, victimhood, and I know you're a person that don't care about accountability. Right there, you're telling it all and putting it all out there. You're a person that don't care about no accountability. But see, this is how it usually works. You want Black people to be accountable, but anything that's done to Black people, you don't want no accountability. And that's how accountability works in America, by the way.
Yeah, pretty much.
We were victims of Jim Crow. Just like we are victims in this system to this very day.
That's right, Lisa.
So
I don't gaslight you, Black woman.
He was on Joy Reid, and she, tried to drag him over what he said, but it wasn't just her. It was a lot of people online.
We're gonna play the clip now. Thank you, Lisa, for that update.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this bullshit here. All right, so Lisa, Joy Reid is interviewing this buffoon. She is scolding him.
She was.
Recent comments by Florida Congressman Byron Donalds have been condemned by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Congressional Black Caucus, Chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison, and the President of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, just to name a few. In those comments, at an event designed to help Republican outreach to Black voters in Philadelphia early this week, Congressman Donalds made what certainly seemed like positive comments about the Jim Crow era. And he claims his critics are missing the context of what he said. So here's the context.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm going to tell you this. Growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of Black families with younger Black men and Black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a Black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative-minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say it because it's my contemporaries as well as his contemporaries, you're starting to see more Black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, oh, wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids? It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
I am joined now by Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you for being here. We played that lengthy segment. That is what you posted on your social media. The part of what you said that people take issue with is this line. I'm going to read back to you again. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative-minded, but Black people voted conservatively. But it is that during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. That's what people have taken issue with. What are they missing?
frankly, what's really happened is that you have, Democrats and you have the Biden campaign, and some in the media want to twist my words for political purposes. The overarching issue is talking just about Black families and why you're seeing a trend of Black people leaning towards Republicans in this election cycle and probably in election cycles to come. And part of that, is that when you're raising families, raising kids, etc., you're now thinking about all of the public policy issues, all of the economic issues, all of the education issues. And that's leading people to have divergence in political thoughts. That was the only point. The stuff that comes up about Jim Crow and twisting my words, saying I was being nostalgic or saying that Jim Crow was good for Black people, that's all political spin. It's a lie. It's gaslighting. And that's truly unfortunate.
So here's the challenge, Congressman. You started out talking about your family, talking about your mom, talking about being raised, and you on your own brought up Jim Crow. In fact, you said Jim Crow 3 times for emphasis. It wasn't the media or the Democrats or gaslighters who brought up Jim Crow. It was you. You brought up Jim Crow. So why did you use Jim Crow specifically as your reference? You did that. No one else did that. You did it.
I did. We were having a conversation, just talking as Black people in Philadelphia. But if you're going to use the chronological timeline of America before the Great Society and Lyndon Johnson's time period, you had, unfortunately, the Jim Crow era in America. During that time period, the marriage rates of Black Americans was significantly higher than any other time since then in American history. So it is a divergence if you're talking about marriage rates in the Black community. They have plummeted. And what we've seen recently in America, which is a very good thing we should all celebrate, is that the marriage rates in the Black community are rising again. That's good for Black families. That's definitely good for Black children. It's something I want to see. I'm quite sure you want to see it as well.
Okay, let's talk about that. Jim Crow lasted roughly from 1867 after the Civil War to 1968. Is there a specific period between 1867 and 1968 that you thought was this golden era for Black families, or a time that was good for Black families?
Joy, I never said that. And see, this is where the gaslighting
I'm going to
comes
read
in.
what you said.
All I was talking about was the marriage rates.
No,
Joy,
that's not what you said. Let's play what you said.
Play
what he said. Play what he said.
Families. You're saying I said it was the golden era.
I'm going to play. I'm going to play what you said.
I said that it was better
I'm going to play what you said.
I never said that.
Play what he said.
Play what I said.
Play what he said.
Go back and play the track.
You need to stay ahead in business. Use AI to generate whole puzzles. With the most experience
fuck the commercial,
US and transform your business.
During Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative-minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back. You said during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. What was the authority of the Black father in the Black family during Jim Crow?
Well, listen, under Jim Crow, obviously, Black people were under great persecution, unfortunately, by Southern Democrats and the Democrat Party overall in the history of our country. That's the fact. And so, well, let me finish now, Joy. And so having the Black man in the home was about first protecting the mom and protecting the kids. Incredibly important. It was the leadership in the home, which is incredibly valuable. And I think what we're witnessing, obviously, the last 30 years, definitely through my generation, is Black fathers being at home is incredibly important for the success of Black children going forward. And it's not just a Black thing, that's everybody. Fathers in home help to breed success for kids moving forward. That is a great thing for our country. That's something that has been proven throughout time. So what I'm talking about is not the golden era of Jim Crow. That's ridiculous. I would never say that. And that is the gaslighting that I'm standing up to, because that's what Hakeem Jeffries, the Biden campaign, Jamie Harrison, and the like are trying to bring up. And unfortunately, the media has followed suit with misleading headlines, and that's wrong.
Now I'm going to talk. Do I have a chance? Good. Now, you talked about the Black father being The Black father being in the family, being able to protect the family. First, I want to read just for our audience the definition of Jim Crow, just so we all know what we're talking about. Jim Crow laws were a collection of state and local statutes that legalized racial segregation. They existed essentially from the post-Civil War era. They were meant to marginalize African Americans by denying them the right to vote, hold jobs, get an education, and other opportunities. Those who attempted to defy Jim Crow laws often faced arrest, fines, jail sentences, violence, and death. Now I want to talk about something that happened during this era. You said that what you were talking about was the presence of the Black father in the home to protect his wife and family. In 1943, in the state that you represent, in Florida, a young man named Willie James Howard, who was 15 years old, was lynched. During Christmas of 1943, Willie Howard sent cards to all of his coworkers at the Van Priest Dime Store in Live Oak, Florida. Unlike the other cards, Willie's card to Cynthia Goff, a white store employee, revealed a youthful crush. His greeting expressed hope that white people would someday like Black people and concluded, "I love your name, I love your voice. For SH, sweetheart, you are my choice." After reading the card, Cynthia's father, Phil Goff, brought two friends to the Howard home and demanded to see Willie. Despite his mother's pleading, the men dragged Willie away and then kidnapped Willie's father, James Howard, from work. The men drove the two Howards, to the embankment of the Suwannee River, bound Willie's hands and feet, stood him at the edge of the water, and told him to either jump or be shot. Willie jumped into the cold water below and drowned while his father was forced to watch at gunpoint. Willie's dead body was pulled from the river the next day. You said that during the Jim Crow era, the importance of having a Black man in the home was to protect his family and to protect his wife. I actually spoke with somebody who lived through Jim Crow. Her name is Merle Evers Williams. And Merle quoted to me a man named Charles Silverman, who wrote in Crisis in Black and White, that in 1890, the year that the Mississippi Constitution was written, the policy of crushing out the manhood of the Negro citizens was to be carried out with success. So the man in the home during Jim Crow had no rights, could not protect his wife from rape, could not protect his son from lynching. So again, why would you quote that era and say that at that time, the family all being in the home together was something we should think of as a good thing?
This brain dead,
the story you bring up and you're bringing up is a tragedy, one of the great tragedies of the Jim Crow era.
Now this motherfucker gonna give you a bunch of goddamn double speak, man. This ass scratcher was paid or told say bullshit.
Again, sir, I'm sorry, I let you talk for a long time. I'm sorry, no. Talk over you. You've gotten a chance to
another Sarge.
You're gonna answer my question now and not filibuster.
Another Sarge.
This is the question you want.
Booty mom there, lady. I would have done it 10 seconds ago.
That's what I'm trying to answer, Joy.
Give me a second. Take a breath. Take a breath. If a Black man could not protect, it's my show. If a Black man, a Black father, could not protect his wife, his son, or himself from lynching and violence, how is him being in the home mean that that is an era that was better for the Black family, or that we should think of as a good thing?
First of all, Joy, I never said that it was better for Black people in Jim Crow. I have never said that, and even my own words say that. If you're talking about the importance of Black fathers in the home, or frankly, all fathers in the home, it is always for the betterment of children, to have leadership, yes, for safety, for having two people in the home to help provide the economic needs for those children so the family can succeed. That is a wonderful thing. We should always get back to that, not to Jim Crow. And this is the point of the gaslighting and the lying that is occurring with what I said. Don't try to impose the fact that the marriage rates were better in the Jim Crow era to mean that I think Jim Crow was great. That is a lie. That is gaslighting. I would never say such a thing. The Jim Crow era was destructive of Black people.
You brought it up. You're the one who brought it up.
You don't argue with idiots like that.
I asked him about that, and she said, "Like you speak of that if you're yourself or dating a white woman, white," she said. And that clip.
So in other words, she put this coon on blast and put him in a hot seat. Okay, he's coming up with a bunch of double speak. You know what I'm saying? And that's why she's laughing, because she turned that trick into a babbling idiot.
Yes, she did.
Straight out. That motherfucker was a babbling idiot. And if you don't like it, motherfucker, and you see this video, call in on Tuesday nights, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern at 516-418-5996. And I'll tell you right now, homie, we ain't even gonna go for half of that
Byron
bullshit
have
you
been
talk.
condemned by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Congressional Black Caucus,
Another
the
coon.
chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison, and the president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, just to name a
All
few.
coons.
In those comments at an event designed to help Republican outreach to Black voters in Philadelphia earlier this week, Congressman Donalds made what certainly seemed like positive comments about the Jim Crow era. And he claims his critics are missing the context of what he said. So here's the context.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm gonna tell you this, growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of Black families with younger Black men and Black women. And that is also helping to breathe the revival of a Black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say it because it's my contemporaries as Wesley's contemporaries, you're starting to see more Black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, "No, wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids?" It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
I am joined now by Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you for being here. We played that lengthy segment. That is what you posted on your social media. The part of what you said that people take issue with is this line, which I'm going to read back to you again. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative-minded, but Black people voted conservatively. But it is that during Jim...
When she called him out again about his white wife.
Oh, he's got a white wife.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, the hypocrisy is real. It's 89 degrees here in
thank
Las
everybody
Vegas.
for the
I think
tremendous
after
support
this, go jump in a lake. Don't go flush your sorry ass down the toilet as in human
Last question, we're out of time, but I'm going to give you one more question.
Yeah.
During Jim Crow, could your
this
family
is
have
gonna be my
existed?
last
You
segment,
are in an
man,
interracial marriage.
because
Your
I'm
wife is
getting tired.
a white conservative
Huh?
activist. Could your family have existed at all during Jim Crow?
No, it could not, Joy. And we don't know that, but that's why I am blessed to live in America today as opposed to America during that time. But we cannot ignore the realities of not having fathers in homes. That is important for Black people today and all people today as we move forward for a better America.
We are out of time. What I'm grateful for is that we do not live in the Jim Crow era and that fathers do not face the threat of lynching.
I'm very grateful of that.
Perhaps don't bring up Jim Crow when you're trying to make that example. That was just a small part of my interview with Florida Congressman Byron Donalds last night. We'll be dissecting that little chestnut and some of the rest of the week's political news with our Friday political panel. Joining me now are Basil Smikle, our brand new MSNBC political analyst, the public policy program director at the Roosevelt House Institute of Hunter College, and Democratic strategist, and Clay Kane, host
of the Clay Kane Show
Okay, now
on Sirius
Hunter
XM, and
College,
author of
Dr.
The Grift,
Marimba, I
The
graduated
Downward
from.
Spiral of Black Republicans from the Party of Lincoln to the Cult of Trump. Thank you both for being here. And Clay, I have my copy right here. I believe I'm still waiting for a signature on it, but I've got it here, and it is why I wanted to have you on today, because I want you to explain to me what these guys are doing. Because Byron Donalds, he wouldn't know from personal experience. His family's Jamaican, you know what I mean? So his family wasn't here during Jim Crow, nor was mine, right? But he is smart enough to know that life was not better for Black families during Jim Crow, yet he went right to that trope after talking about having a single mom, meaning he's latching on to the trope that what LBJ did was create a bunch of Black welfare queens by saving us from poverty. So why do they do it? Why do they do that?
It is for proximity to power. It is to get a lot of donations from the Heritage Foundation. And I have to say, the interview was so powerful, Joy. With the second edition, I might have to include some quotes with the grift. But, I want to say this too, and I mean this respectfully. This is not an indictment of interracial relationships. As you know, I have a Black father and a white mother. Byron Donalds, Tim Scott, Herschel Walker, Wesley Hunt, they have all made these disgusting comments about the Black family and Black fathers and Black mothers, and Black fathers must stay with Black mothers and Black marriages, yet they are all partnered with women who are not Black. So it's very perplexing to me that you have these huge indictments of the Black family and you aren't partnered with the Black person. If you have this great investment in it and you are making yourself an expert on it, then I would think that that would be important to you in your own personal life, but it isn't, because it isn't about the Black family. Because if it was about the Black family, you would care about fair housing, fair wages, healthcare, voting rights. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
No, you'd be concerned about our own economical independence.
Not be Black. So
this
it is
brain dead motherfucker.
Social security blanket, as some great folks said on social media. And I think about an article from the Heritage Foundation saying that America needs a Black Wives Matter movement. Well, your very faces of that are folks who happen to not be with other Black folks. So it is grifting on your race. It is the blueprint from my book, and it is really disappointing. And my father, his birthday was this week, was in my life every step of the way. My grandfather was raised in the Jim Crow South and left the Jim Crow South to build his own family. So he knows what he's doing. And I think that his supporters may be, he used the word invigorated, might be invigorated by those words.
Yeah, I mean, it is a thing, Basil, that, and Tim Scott, so Tim, and both of them are claimed to be Trump's VP picks. I don't believe it at all. First of all, Byron Donalds is in Florida. They'd lose the 29 electoral college. It's absurd that he's just like he was going to be speaker. And that was also admitted to have been just because they wanted to have somebody Black. Tim Scott has now launched this $14 million outreach effort to minority voters. Based on what? He doesn't have. What Black people is he leading?
This shiny ass looking motherfucker, right? Man, fuck Tim Scott.
A derogatory term for what he's doing, but it's a dance that he does for Donald Trump. He dances for Trump, humiliates himself for Trump. How is that supposed to bring Black people into
buck dancing?
Well, I mean, that's exactly right. If you remember, after the 2012 election, there was
just like that 1916 movie they made in Hollywood called The Dancing Little Darky. That's what Tim Scott is.
And it really is upsetting that he's being used as an avatar. He's an avatar for what other people not only are saying internally, but they're saying out loud. And somebody that looks like me is actually being used to go ahead and promote those kinds of talking points. It's really antithetical, I think, to
this brother here on the left. Well, this is why we got to control our own economics.
Kind of
you see what I'm saying? When we control our own economics, then we can control our own politics, and we don't have to sit up there and listen to this babbling bullshit by these trickle-fin, ass-scratching motherfuckers, including Tim Scott.
Of a larger, broader strategy that someone somewhere, whether it's Heritage or any other group, is now trying to make policy based on some of the things that people that look like me that shouldn't be saying these things based on what they're saying. So it is, it is absolutely really, really disturbing. And I'll just make this other quick point that these really cynical opportunities that the Trump campaign and some Trumpists, this outreach, so-called outreach to communities of color, to African-American voters, is so half-hearted. It's so cynical. And quite frankly, I hope that voters really turn a blind eye to it and see it for what it really is.
All right.
Yeah, these brain dead motherfuckers, brother, they is doing more damage than a little bit. And the sad part about the damage that these tricks are doing, man, is going to be irreparable. You know what I'm saying? Tim Scott, you know, they got black men want to shove ketchup up their asses, talking about they menstruating, the Joshua syndrome, that type of shit. You know, Hakeem Jeffries, you know what I'm saying? Herschel Walkers, you know, them homie kind of Yassa Boston kind of niggas. Ladies, all out here in earshot of this podcast that we're doing right now. This is retrogression. I'm sorry. This is regression. This is moving backwards. Big time.
All right. Well, before we let you go, Shabaka.
Yeah.
We got DA Alvin Bragg. Let's say
DA Alvin Bragg. Alvin Bragg.
Hello, Karen. Yeah. Miya Ponsetto to walk after killing a black person without hate crime charges.
That's sad.
So Uncle Phil, up on that.
Okay, now here's the irony and the danger of that. Let's say, Brother Chair, a black man and a black woman is going out for a stroke. Dumpsters come up there, want to disrespect the brother, disrespect the woman. So the brother beats their asses, sends the motherfucker to the hospital, puts his foot in the ass of the other one, and the third one walks away. Right? You know what they're going to hit that man with, sir? I hate crime. Okay, so this is the hypocrisy, you know, of this bullshit. And this is the more reason that we need to spend on a couch and develop our economical basis. You see, is because excluding yourself, okay, 98 of these black ass politicians, 98% are up for sale, but excluding yourself.
Exactly.
Okay. Because you went out there in the trenches. You know what I'm saying? We know what the fuck it is to be like not to have no goddamn place to go. You know what I'm saying? You know, most of my hardship time was out there in the west in the rain. You was up there in the snow. You see what I'm saying? So that made your position even that much more extreme. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So instead of these brain dead bourgeoisie ass niggas sitting up here playing pity pat at our expenses, they need to get together and say, you know what? We need to say and see the handwriting on the wall because these white folks ain't playing, and they ain't. Okay? Minister Malcolm X told you this. Dr. Newton told you this. Our man there, the one who was saying is that these migrants is the new Jim Crow. Dr. Claude Anderson, what he had told us. Dr. Umar Johnson, what he has told us. But still, you got these sycophant, ass-scratching, stymie and buckwheat-looking motherfuckers out here, man, playing that same goddamn role that was done damn near 100 years ago. So that's not progress. That is regress. You see? And as you say, Brother Paris, you know, fuck all these black ass politicians if they don't have the black community, man, you know, on the B1 agenda.
Right.
All right. Okay, now what's Dr. Phil saying?
Oh, okay. So punk ass Alvin Bragg, you know, DA, Manhattan. Democrat DA Alvin Bragg allows Soho Karen, Miya Ponsetto to walk away without hate crime charges.
After she kills her brother.
podcast, ladies and gentlemen, Democrat DA Alvin Bragg, the one that's been talked about with this Trump trial. There was some years ago with a woman by the name of Miya Ponsetto. They called her the Soho Karen. Now, the Soho Karen falsely accused a black teenager of stealing her cell phone at a hotel and had a hate crime charge scrubbed from her record Monday after making good on a plea deal that kept her out of prison. Yes, Alvin Bragg, he's supposed to be your brother, but yet he's making this kind of plea deal with Miya Ponsetto, right? Now, Miya Ponsetto entered a new plea to second-degree aggravated harassment, a misdemeanor, for attacking then 15-year-old Keon Harold Jr. after accusing him of snatching her iPhone in the infamous caught-on-camera incident at the Arlo Soho Hotel on December 26, 2020. Now, she came out of court, and let's go ahead and roll, how she came out of court.
Don't come on my way. You happy this is over with?
Yeah, that's her coming out of court, literally getting away with what she had done. And then we all put that on Alvin Bragg, and I'll talk about him a little later. Now, of course, she cut the deal with, Alvin Bragg and the prosecutors in April 2022 when she pleaded guilty to unlawful imprisonment as a hate crime, a felony that would be wiped from her record if she completed counseling and avoided trouble with the law for 2 years. Now, prosecutors confirmed to Judge Laura Ward that Ponsetto had completed the terms of the deal Monday morning after they received the paperwork from her defense attorney, Paul D'Amelio. Let's say she would have faced up to 4 years in prison and had she failed to comply with the agreement. Now, Ponsetto was filmed by Harold's dad, jazz trumper Keon Harold, in the hotel lobby, frantically telling the manager that the teen had stolen her phone, but Harold Sr. said that Ponsetto's phone had been returned to her by an Uber driver just minutes after the incident. Now, she has been sued by the Harold family over the incident, and the case remains in litigation. They say the judge extended an order of protection, an order that Ponsetto had no communication with Harold Jr. and his father. Now, her attorney say, I am pleased that Ms. Ponsetto will walk away from this incident with no criminal charges or conviction on her record. Her attorney said in a statement after the hearing, say, in spite of my opinion, this matter was deliberately mischaracterized and mislabeled. Is that I'm relieved that our firm successfully convinced New York County DA to forego any lasting damage to Miya. It said Ms. Ponsetto was unfairly put through a public ringer stemming from this mishap. Really? But that's what he's supposed to say. That's her attorney. It said Miya was extremely relieved by this resolution and looking forward to resuming her life in California with her family and loved ones. So basically all that she done almost 4 years ago, wiped off her record. She got a clean slate. Now, let's say this. What is the point of black politicians being in power and we have no defense?
Right.
See, so when they tell y'all, hey, we got to get more black politicians. And hey, the Democrats, they're going to put black people, in these positions of power, right? And then every time these black politicians get in positions of power and it's time to actually do something for black people, he could have made an example out of her. He chose not to do that. Oh, let me give her a chance to wipe her slate clean.
Oh, shit.
When it comes to voting, ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand the Democrats are not our friends.
Exactly.
When it comes to voting, the Republicans are not our friends.
That's right.
We have to be independent, and we have to have them compete for our vote, for one. And if we're going to vote for any person, we don't vote party, we vote politician. We vote policy as well. Period. We don't straight ticket vote anything. No more straight ticket voting. It's your responsibility before you go vote, if you choose to get online, find out who's going to be on the ballot in the election in your area.
No matter who.
You can take at least hour of your time, research every candidate and see what they're offering.
Phil,
If they offer nothing, then don't vote for no one of them. If they are one person's
bullshit for the last goddamn 50
years,
man, I'm on the couch, man.
On a ticket if you choose not to. But always look into who's on the ballot and what they're offering.
No matter who.
Now, we know just about most of these politicians is not going to specifically say something for black people unless we force them to. We're slowly getting there, slowly but surely. We're getting there. But people like Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, those people like that. Look at Fonnie Willis. Oh, she's just going after black people all day long over there. She's doing all kind of things that she didn't even really have to do. But then when they find out about Fonnie, she got a lot of her hand in the cookie jar, all kind of places. You know, so I guess shout out to Fonnie. You can have a relationship with a man, but you don't put your boo thing on the city payroll and talking about prosecuting a case against Trump and thinking his people not gonna find out. Like, come on now. I mean, that was so amateur, Fonnie. But Alvin Bragg isn't doing anything about crime, period. But that was a case to make an example out of her, and he chose not to. We would say, well, she made a deal and she completed the terms of the deal. She didn't get in trouble. Man, forget that. Forget that. If you want to deter people from falsely accusing black people, then you make an example out of them. There's been many black men, boys, that have had great harm come to them by females like Miya lying.
Yep.
There's been a long history of that in this country.
Right.
Yeah.
So for that alone, she should have had some sort of jail time.
Right.
Something. I'm not saying give her the doggone maximum, but put it in, let her do something. That way it'll send a message that you can't lie like that. Because that's dangerous. That is so dangerous what she did back in that, in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
But that's your Democrat representation, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, what else do you expect? What else do you expect from them? And I know some of you say, what about the Republicans? You don't vote for Republicans, so stop bringing them up. You vote for Democrats. And the people you vote for don't do nothing to protect you.
To be
pretty much
free,
fuck the commercial,
inflexible, and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that other than words.
Fuck you and that raggedy ass commercial this time and raggedy ass looking. Oh, yeah, I ain't interested in none of that bullshit.
Oh, he said we don't vote for Republicans, so leave them out of it. You tell him, Uncle Phil. Shabaka, before you nod out, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Uncle Phil is right, as he usually is. You know what I'm saying? Here, this black man gets fucked around by this Karen, and then they go up there and plea bargain his head. Oh, poor little white broad, you know what I'm saying? She's so innocent, and them motherfuckers is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Look how O.J. Simpson got fucked off. Look what happened to Emmett Till. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Need I say more? Look at the white broads who say on the plantation that tells the black man that if he doesn't fuck her, she'll tell master that he raped her. So the brother's damned if he do, damned if he don't. That's extortion, okay? But we supposed to feel sorry for these little white Karens. You see what I'm saying? And then when our own women folk get violated, y'all know, well, the first thing you bring up on her, well, she got a history of prostitution, drug use. She's crazy. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what you got basically is a double standard here. So therefore, this is why I say take your U.S. Constitution, wipe your ass with it, because you said that all men are created equal. And at the time that them raping, slave trading pedophiles wrote that piece of shit, black men was enslaved. You know what I'm saying? And I would debate with all the Tim Scotts. I would debate with all the Joe Wilsons. I'm not Joe Wilson. What's that fool name, man? Joe Gibson. Yeah, Joe Gibson. I would debate with him. I would debate with all the sergeants. And I have not budged one inch in my premise.
This goddamn country owes us reparations. We built this motherfucker. Okay, you brutalized us after slavery, and it doesn't matter if it's a damn reptilian or a Democrat. Both you no good, slimy, filthy, nasty ass political parties are two sides of the same goddamn coin. And ass scratchers. Yeah. Ass scratchers. That's right. Yeah. The only thing I can say at this time of my life for an ass scratcher and a yassa boss like Tim Scott and Larry Elders, Leah Terrell, and either one of you no good, ass scratching, chicken pecking Uncle Toms are welcome to call into Shabaka's Black Experience, and the number for you is 516-418-5996. We come on every Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. in the East. We have Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase every Friday, 8 a.m. in the Pacific, 11 a.m. in the Eastern time. And we do have special editions. And my invitation is still open to you, sorry, no good ass sacks of shit, okay? Like it's been open to you for the last 2 years. But you motherfuckers don't want to call it. Why? Because you can't take the heat. The only thing we're going to do is tell the truth about your stinking ass selves, and if any goddamn thing, we feel sorry for you. Yep. We don't hate you. We don't hate you brain dead Negroes. We feel sorry for you. Because inside of every coon, there's a black person dying to come out.
That's right. So cut a hole in your ass and let the truth, black self come out. That's what
exactly.
Cut a hole in yourself. All right.
Yes.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on? Okay.
You know,
so
I hate to put it that way. Yeah, I hate to have to put it that way, man. All right, man, but I have to get some rest, man. I'm old, and I guess I'm at that age where I gotta drink cookies and milk and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Okay, so I'll touch bases with y'all tomorrow, and then and if you want to do a special edition or what have you, you know, that's fine. Then of course we're gonna stay on top of the situation in Shreveport, Louisiana, of how our people are being victimized down there. All right. Okay, so I bid you all a good night from Sin City. And then also to the city of Las Vegas is that you have a building there down the street there that says Trump. Huh?
Spear yet?
Have I what?
Have you been to the Spear?
No, not yet. I passed by it, man. It's awesome, you know. But the trip is, though, man, is that you got to pay to park down there, and you ain't got no damn place to park on a public street because they will come and tow your fucking vehicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And then this damn Metro Rail they got here, man, that only goes like about 1.5 miles at the most. They want to charge you like $30 to ride that motherfucker.
Yes.
Yeah, so what I might do, man, is that just before sunrise, when it's early in the morning, you know, during a weekday, man, when motherfuckers is drunk and sleep and all that shit, and hopefully the streets are halfway clear, then I'll take a trip to do it, and I'll do a live feed on it from the Sphere as well, too.
Okay.
All right. So this is Shabaka Sankore, ladies and gentlemen, from Frontline Black News. I'm bidding you a good night, good morning, whatever fucking time zone you're in, from Sin City, Nevada. And keep in mind, folks, this is Las Vegas.
Everybody's
what goes on? Yeah. What goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. Everybody's here. You know what I'm saying? You know, you've seen Goodfellas. You know,
they don't stay.
It is. Yeah, it is what it is. You know. All right, folks, I bid you a good night from 89-degree temperature here at 1:18 in the morning.
Oh, my God.
I'm out.
7 degrees.
70 here, right?
60.
60 here, yeah.
Okay, good night,
Shabaka. You're all in the cold wave. All right.
Okay.
All right, talk to y'all later. Okay.
All right, so we're down to the last topic of the night. Thank you to our West Coast correspondent, Sebastian Corey, for staying up late with us. Excuse me. And that is 50 Cent, otherwise known as Curtis Jackson, shows Black America how we should engage Congress when asking for resources. So Phil's gonna give us the update. It's my understanding that 50 Cent had met with Bobart along with Nancy Pelosi, and the DNC Nazi network has been showcasing the fact that he met with Bobart, but completely neglecting the fact that he also met with Nancy Pelosi, who is Newsom's auntie.
The podcast, ladies and gentlemen, our brother 50 Cent has been making some news. No, not talking about Puffy, but he's made some news because he went up to Congress. Now, they was having hearings about Black people having more representation in the area of the, alcohol industry. And 50 has his own, alcoholic drink. Some people think, oh, wow, we need to be owning alcohol. Look, we need to own everything we can because, like Hennessy, that's not Black owned. We need to have a drink like that, or whatever y'all drinking. We need to have that. We need to corner the market on everything that we're doing. I take no issue with Black people having more representation, in any kind of industry, right? So 50 went up there to Congress, and people kind of, having some positive comments. Some didn't like some pictures that 50 was taking with certain politicians. But let's go ahead and play what 50 had posted on Instagram.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you were very surprised when you heard for the first time 50 Cent is running for president. I'd like to thank you all for tuning into these debates. Some really important issues to address. And I'd love to answer your questions and hear your suggestions. Listen to this now. Propose. I'm not just another politician. Politicking is your boy. 50. Here we go.
Curtis 50 Cent Jackson was on Capitol Hill today advocating for Black entrepreneurs. He stopped by House Speaker Mike Johnson's office, and the two took a moment to pose for this photo together. Jackson was in D.C. meeting other Republican leaders and members of the Congressional Black Caucus, pushing for African-American representation in many business sectors.
Good to thank you for using your platform to help businesses who would never have your.
Good to see you, man. Proud of you. Appreciate all of the work that you're doing. An incredible investment. And we'll be with you through it all. Anything that we can do to amplify the great work that you're doing.
He won't be denied. And when he kicks the door open, all of us coming through that door as business owners, not just consumers.
Today, I went to talk to them about economic opportunities for everybody, and it's just really exciting. The response I got makes me feel like that there's bright things ahead of me.
Right there.
50 was up there doing that, talking about entrepreneurship. And also he's been having a lot of issues going back and forth with different companies with, the different liquor brands. And he got a lawsuit going on right now with one of them. But it's good 50 is doing that, using his, reach and getting down there. Because you know what? Hey, you never know. One day may be a president 50. If Donald Trump could become president, then surely 50 Cent can become president, right? But some people took issues with some of the photos he was taking. So let's go ahead and put that up on the screen. Now, 50 Cent, as you can see at the top left here, that's the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He's a Republican. He took a picture with Nancy Pelosi. She's a Democrat. She used to be the House Speaker, as you know. Down here, I think it was a Joyce Beatty. I think that's her name, Democrat. Lauren Boebert is the one that they made a big deal about. Why he took a picture with her? She's Republican. And then the sister on the right, Nakima, I forgot Nakima's last name. She's out of Atlanta, right? So if you could see, 50 was taking pictures with Democrats and Republicans. He spoke to both sides. And this is what I have been preaching for a very, very long time, that as Black people, we're supposed to go to both sides of the aisle, talk to Democrats and Republicans. If you just go to Democrats, that's why they have so much power over the Black community. But 50 is doing what he's supposed to do. You go holler at the Speaker of the House. You go holler at
recordings just got better. Hey, it's from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
At Nancy Pelosi, go holler at whoever you got to holler at to try to get some things done for Black people. This is the freedom of being politically independent. I told y'all, I'm independent. Much as I may have some things that I like on the other side when it comes to Republican, but it's not no other side for me, because saying it's the other side, it's like you belong to the Democrats. I don't belong to nobody. I'm completely independent. So if a Democrat puts something that I think I can go with, I'll vote for that person. If the Republican have something that I can go with, I'll go with them. But when it comes to fighting for the Black vote, that's what you're supposed to say. Democrat, what you got for Black people? Republican, what you got for Black people? Now, the Lauren Boebert thing, people was mad about her because she had some little situation in the movie theater. You know, she was on a date with a dude, and she was, rubbing him one inside the theater, and people caught what she was doing. I'm like, really? I mean, of course, that's not becoming of a U.S. Congresswoman, but we got Sexy Red running around, so there you go, right? I mean, I don't look at them with no high standards. I really don't, because I remember at one point in time they used to at least fake they had some decorum. They wouldn't cuss. They wouldn't act a fool, and all the things they're doing today, right? So I mean, it is what it is. 50 did right by taking a picture of Lauren Boebert because she's a congresswoman. Let me tell you something. If I got to try to get something for Black people, I would even take a picture with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Miss Bad Built. I'd take a picture with her. If she gonna get something for Black people, I sure would. I'll take a picture with Clyburn. If he gonna do something for Black people, yeah, I'll do it. Whoever I gotta talk to do something for Black people, I'm gonna do it. And I can care less who say what. If the Republicans invite me to go to an event, and at this event they talking about doing something for Black people, I'll go over there to the Republicans. If the Democrats say they got an event and they're gonna be talking about doing something for Black people, I'm gonna go over to the Democrats. That's the beautiful thing about not being a part of no party. You have the freedom to go to both sides and go see what they got going on. And if you don't like what both sides got going on, you can go ahead on and say, I ain't voting for now one of y'all. I'm not advocating for none of y'all. So, hey, when you got something for Black people, you got something for me in particular too, then, hey, holler at me. That's the beauty of independence. Don't let no party pigeonhole you. Don't let the Democrats do it. Don't let the Republicans do it. You tell them what you got for Black people. Because I'm coming to both sides to ask. Don't tell me that the Republicans are racist. Don't tell me that the Democrats are racist. Both of y'all not advocating for me like that 100%, but you don't have to. All I need is something in this moment. That's it. You don't have to like me. I don't live with you. Nothing. I'm not going to come to your dinner table, anything. So, but one thing we did see is that the Democrats and the Republicans had no problem talking with 50. So people like 50 should use that and leverage that, for the community. They should, because see, that'll transcend 50 even higher than what he is now. When you had that many people around 50 like that. And 50 also said he wasn't endorsing Biden. Now he kind of, says he like Trump, but I understand why. I mean, Trump have policies that benefit more business. 50's in business. It's just bottom line. It's not about liking this person. It's not about liking that person. It's about business. At the end of the day, America is a business. And America gonna do America's business. This whole country is set up for business. That's why you cannot get to billionaire status unless you do it through business. You can't really be an employee too much and become a billionaire unless you had a multi-million-dollar job and you took the money you got from your job and you invested the money right and or started other businesses to generate that billion, right? But this country set up for business. So you got to be business minded, especially a lot of our brothers, our sisters. We got to be more business minded. Take care of our business so we can take care of our family, so we can create generational wealth. And creating generational wealth, you got to, when it comes to politics and business, you got to talk to whatever you got to talk to get the job done. It's just that simple. So shout out to 50 for, showing that kind of move. That needs to be done all over. It should be no emotional ties or anything to no political party. It's about business, business, and more business when we're dealing with them people. And if you let them know they can't come to you with no emotionalism or no ancestor shaming or voting shaming, when they know they can't do that, now they're going to have to sit down at the table and engage you the right way. You know, CBC, you saw them talking to 50. See, I like that. I like the CBC doing it, and I like the Republicans doing it. That's how you do that. But let's just kind of move that way even with the election. Biden wants the black vote. Biden, what you offering? Because right now I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing a thing for black people. Trump, Republicans, what you're offering? We want to hear it. The vote is open now. The Democrats don't wholesale have a black vote no more, and they know it. That's why they panicking. Stay independent. And if now one of them give you nothing, sit on the couch and let them know I'm sitting on the couch. You didn't give me nothing. So what's the point?
Right.
Like Sister Demetria keeps saying, make me get off the couch.
Right.
Give me a reason to get off my couch and go vote for you. And that's it. And that's how we're gonna make some moves in this country as black Americans. It's on us now. We got the juice. It's our time. Gone are the times where we just looking at one party to do everything for us. No, we looking at both of y'all.
Right.
And whatever party gonna give us a vote, do right by us, you get the vote. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Now, Republicans, if you want the black vote for the next 100 years, do reparations in the form of cash payments.
Right.
The Democrats are done. Democrats, if you want the black vote for another 100 years, or at least another 60, do reparations in the form of cash payments. You'll get the black vote. I promise you that.
Yeah.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on
Got with
StreamYard.
you, Dana. Okay, that's it. All right, thoughts on 50 Cent showing Black America how we should approach the politics.
video like that though.
No,
I mean,
I have to search for it.
I was like, nobody else said nothing.
Well, the white media says something.
I don't even know about it.
Phil,
I don't see it.
be on it. It's 2 days ago. Fuck this dude.
We ain't really talk or say nothing. That's the whole point. Like they're like the teachers, like you teach us something. This is you went over there, but you didn't really hear him talking about nothing. Like really talking about and what he's at. What he's.
This is really exciting for me to be here. I got a chance to meet with both sides today, and it feels really good. Like they don't agree. They don't agree on a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? So to get them to agree on seeing me was an accomplishment in itself. And I'm excited about that they both got a chance, took time out of what they're doing because they're voting. Yeah. Right. They took time out to speak to me both sides, and I feel really good about it. I think the things that we got going on here are the upsides is we have great possibilities for good things going on for us. You know what I mean? I don't want to dampen things or put a bad tint or negative energy around things when I feel like it's completely positive, right? But my experience here has been great. And I wrote, it was a whole, what's the name here written that I'm not going to say.
Economic opportunity.
Yeah, as far as today, I went to talk to them about economic opportunities for everybody. And it's really exciting. The response I got makes me feel like that there's bright things ahead of us.
It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's a red flag right there.
Yep. You really say anything.
The Senate has failed now to advance a bill to protect access to contraception, and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced they will vote on IVF protections next week in the Senate. But I can say,
shakeout when he first started his business and wants to expand opportunities again for people of color. So that was in nature. See an increase in in particular. He has a number, wanted to advocate for attorney Ben Crump, and he really was accompanied by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, and he really wanted to, he was up here for a specific reason. He was accompanied by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, and he really wanted to advocate for a generational wealth when it comes to African Americans in particular. He has a number of companies, including one that involves spirits, and so he wants to see an increase in minority representation. You know, he felt that he didn't get a fair shake when he first started his business, and wants to expand opportunities again for people of color. So that was the nature of his visit. But in that context, I did ask him about the election, because the Biden administration has done a lot of work in this space. But at the same time, 50 Cent has made comments in the past, including back in 2020, where he suggested that people vote for then President Trump, although he later walked those comments back. So I asked him what he's thinking about the upcoming election. Take a listen. I mean, we're heading into another election, so have you made a decision about who you're going to support?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
Have you made a decision?
I haven't.
What do you see as the significance of African American men in this election for both of you?
I see them identifying with Trump.
Why do you say that?
Because they got RICO charges.
I don't know if he was referencing the case down in Georgia, where we, of course, know that former President Trump has been charged and is facing RICO charges in that state. But that aside, you know, what is significant about his comments is that, again, back in 2020, his then support briefly of former President Trump got a lot of attention, and being a major figure like that, you know, that can be influential when it comes to the African American vote. And so similarly, we know both campaigns are really trying to advocate for the Black vote. We have seen the president's support slip among African American voters. The issue even garnering a lot of attention here on Capitol Hill in a separate issue with leader Hakeem Jeffries and Byron Donalds, kind of now in an internal beef, because Byron Donalds made some comments at a campaign event just yesterday suggesting that African Americans were better under Jim Crow, to which Hakeem Jeffries replied on the House floor today that is an outlandish statement and ignorant. So that being said, you know, this is all about both sides really trying to advocate and make their case to African Americans.
Oh my God. And you yourself. I said, oh my God. Yep. You scored
it popped right up. It was on it. The hill, I'm not playing what we called it.
Leora Joseph is the right Democrat for Denver District Attorney. She knows the current system is broken. Joseph has a plan to create treatment programs for people.
She got that.
The drama between House representatives continues, this time between Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Republican Byron Donalds. It all started when Donalds was quoted by the Philadelphia Inquirer on Tuesday saying, in part, quote, "During Jim Crow, the Black family was together, and more Black people voted conservatively." Jeffries responded to those remarks on the House floor. Let's watch.
The so-called leader has made the factually inaccurate statement that Black folks were better off during Jim Crow. That's an outlandish, outrageous, and out-of-pocket observation. How dare you make such an ignorant observation? You better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Congressman Donalds didn't appreciate Jeffrey's characterization of his comments, and he said this in response.
America, Joe Biden's campaign is lying to you once again, and they're gaslighting. Now they're trying to say that I said Black people were doing better under Jim Crow. I never said that. They are lying. But why would you be surprised? Because they always lie. This is the same Joe Biden that said, if you don't vote for him, then you ain't Black. The man is a liar. Sorry, just call it what it is. What I said is that you had more Black families under Jim Crow. And it was the Democrat policies under HEW, under the welfare state, that did help to destroy the Black family. That's what I said. And I also said you're seeing a reinvigoration of Black families today in America. And that is a good thing. So don't listen to the lies from the Biden administration.
So let's start with the Byron Donalds thing, which I think we have different perspectives on. And I found his explanation somewhat disingenuous. And I think he was clearly trying to minimize Jim.
I'm not from Australia. It's not Aussie.
This is how you just chick yourself.
Mate, what do I have to say about this, mate? Not a goddamn thing. I just want to play that clip. Okay. Yeah. So, what was it? We ended off with?
That's it. We ended up with 50 Cent.
Yeah. So that's on 50 Cent
Nope.
meeting with Congress
That's like, man, like, what did
to
he
promote
just?
his liquor.
He's there to promote his liquor. He's there for himself. Of course, he's gonna say it for everybody, but he really, there ain't got no 50 Cent to be an opportunistic person. And what did he really show us? Like, first of all, it's really difficult to get up in that bitch.
He showed us to meet with both sides.
Shows me both sides. I mean, because like that's probably got to be really hard.
Yeah.
Definitely make you feel fucking Ice Cube with that. Because he was able to move around.
Ice
like
Cube
that.
was able to tried to meet with both sides.
Trying to meet both sides, and they didn't do that.
But
So
Biden said,
that's
we'll see you
bad.
after the election.
That's really bad. So
And he still didn't meet with him.
still meet with
So
them.
much for honoring your promises, Sleepy
Yes,
Jim Crow.
that's really bad. And I don't really care about who took pictures with. I mean, that's granted. There's so many white people there. It's fucking ridiculous. So I mean, yeah. So who cares about who took pictures with? That doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. I think he was just really there for himself and just happy to be, throwing out some doing some press, answering some stupid ass questions. I don't know. Like, it was funny. Like, he's funny that way. Like, we're just starts out like he's looking for the president.
Yeah.
He's not serious. You know what I mean? And if it was a real serious thing, everybody and their mother would have seen it on the internet. Would have been all over.
This round
When did it come out?
3 days ago.
Yeah, it was. I made my cue. I made my cue already. 3 to 2.
Too much. Like I said, like Uncle Phil was saying, that you got to beat both sides. You want to get something done on a political scene.
It's true. How he's able to do it is kind of a nice thing. That right there was kind of interesting. How he was able to do that.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Other than that, I really think he's by himself. I mean, like, does he really have problems being his own boss? That's the question. With so much he got going on, I really don't think he have a problem being an entrepreneur.
He wants to make. I think he's trying to make a way for other.
Either way, you shouldn't have a problem giving anybody away or helping them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have a problem.
He's trying to make it easier for Black entrepreneurs.
He's talking about himself, but it's ultimately about him and his entrepreneurs.
And then they said the broad ambiguous language about minorities.
He didn't go there to represent a whole group of people. He really get to get up there, represent motherfuckers probably working off of him, and they want to start their own shit. It's not like, like, come on, what is it? He had did that a long time ago.
Well, it's like Rob said, who sent them? And we sent them, whoever sent them, they sent them with the proper agenda.
No, because look, he didn't talk about nothing but that. Except how difficult it was. He didn't talk about nothing important, like, came here to see where everybody's mind was about reparations or anything to do that. So it's like,
why would he care about reparations? He already got his.
Susie.
Black celebrities, don't trust Black celebrities. The moral of the story is don't trust Black celebrities.
Well,
they do not have the best interests of the Black community in mind. They have their own interests in mind.
Good times.
Just highlights some shit. What did Hot 97 say? Commercial, subscribe to Frontline Black News to help this commercial, to help this commercial, to help this commercial.
Right.
Sorry, let me share this stuff from here. Can you see it?
Well,
It's
no,
50,
and then,
guys.
Well, and then I didn't know this, but the current Speaker of the House is also from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Oh,
who's that super? I forget his name. The super religious
Mike Johnson.
dude. Mike Johnson is from Shreveport, Louisiana. Guess what else is happening in Shreveport, Louisiana? 50 Cent's whole movie TV studio.
Oh boy.
And word on the streets is 50's brought up a lot of real estate in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
buying up real estate in Shreveport, Louisiana is like it's like going to the grocery store. You can just do it.
Well, guess what? But I mean,
It's going to benefit him because it's for to buy some huge studios.
It's going to benefit Shreveport, Louisiana with jobs.
Yeah, jobs.
And it's going to benefit Shreveport, Louisiana with tourism. And
maybe y'all are getting a few steps ahead here.
Well, no, it will.
But jobs, yes, for sure.
Wait, did he announce? Did he say that he's turning the property he's buying into a huge operational Tyler Perry-like studio?
Yeah, that was announced. G Unit Studio. Is it? I don't know. I think it's called G Unit Studios.
Oh God. Okay. So he's doing it specifically.
So he bought a huge plot, of, like Tyler, like you're saying, like Tyler Perry S. Yeah, G Unit TV and Film Studio. So that's definitely already been announced.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a whole thing, and he's going to be doing a lot. But anyway, I bring all of that up to say, if you're out here angry or happy that you saw 50 taking pictures with somebody that you like in the house or don't like, you getting this button.
Congratulations.
Because your man
played yourself.
is loyal to that bank account.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, like it's not even. There's not even no plot twist there.
50 doesn't really have moral issues that he stands on. That's not a thing. The main 50 issue is 50. Whether he's coming down, even when he's coming down on someone he doesn't like, he's coming down on it because of 50. It's because of a relationship with 50. If that's part of
you haven't
50's
been,
charm.
or you haven't been loyal to
50. I mean, have you guys followed this story? This has been going on for 20 years now. You never get when people were posting the picture of him and Lauren Boebert and being like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, you didn't think he'd think it was funny,
but he
to
also
hang out
has
with the chick who was giving out handies in the theater,
right? And then talk about it in the comments. But he also took a picture with Nancy Pelosi, Mike Johnson. I'm sure others that I didn't see, but yeah, whatever. He was moving around. They was happy to see him. You know what I mean? So there you have it. Laura, what you got today?
So here's an update, guys. We've been talking about this man, Corey Harris. He's the one who went viral for, last week he went.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sending it.
Oh,
he says it's 50-50.
The Shreveport thing, when they announced it, was after the Shreveport decided someone decided to break apart, build their own municipality. And their little parish, the white part, the white.
Oh yeah. Go out and be the playlist. We go straight to a speedy bank.
The book was pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it's good. You got a chance to read it.
There's one first power episode last night was bank.
Lord, there we go.
Last
Curtis, get the engine. Okay. Here we go. Broad and bigger phones. All in piece of playlist.
I even say that could be right there. I just can't believe deal about shit. Fuck, not matter, but it's real shit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, look through it all. It's not like it's like it's all it's like you can't get any more accolades over the years. So just showed up, worked around the beach, shook hands with the teachers, got your stuff, speaking money.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Guys, very next week about a bit later.
I don't know what they said. If the dunk can do it, like,
People that like it. But I won't vote for real power. The time will see its nuts. But it's big, it should have. Yes,
she gave it for it. Come on by it. No, yes. That's part. Yeah, I'll play it for this. Oh,
sure is.
I ain't really sharing
She's
it.
being opportunistic.
I'm sorry, y'all can hear it, but you can't see it.
He's just being opportunistic.
Yeah, it is, that's all.
This is a sharp brother who's putting his money where his mouth is. He's investing in people. He's investing in shortening the gap between the haves and the have-nots and creating Black wealth in areas that it's never been before. So today, we are happy to have him here at the nation's capital to share this good news, not just with Democrats, but with Democrats and Republicans. He met earlier with leadership on the Republican side, and earlier before that with leadership on the Democratic side, demonstrating that the color of economy is green and making sure that that green makes it into all communities.
Yeah.
That's right. A big round of applause for Philly. He has been a tireless advocate all over the world where there's injustice. You can see Ben Crump coming to offer justice. where there's been someone cited, you can believe that Ben Crump will be there to offer justice. Where there's opportunities for wrongs to be made right, there will be Ben Crump. And we're honored today to have our dear friend, my dear friend, a tireless leader and a lover of justice and fairness, Attorney Ben Crump.
Thank you so much, Congressman Troy Carter, the Vice Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the great Congressman from the great state of Louisiana. I'm Ben Crump, along with attorneys, opportunity to have a seat at the table in all industries, just like he did going in Louisiana, where he invested millions of dollars to create thousands of jobs and millions of dollars being pumped into that economy. He's trying to do the same in the luxury spirit industry that is driven by the culture. However, it is void of having any black leadership at the culture, at the table. And that's why you're going to hear him talk about what this means and why it's so personal. It's about his son, his legacy, generational wealth, something that has been very elusive for many Americans, especially black people. The one thing I will say is this: he met with both sides of the aisle, and that was tremendous. He met with great leaders from like Congressman Carter and others in the Congressional Black Caucus, others from the Democratic side of the aisle. And he met with Speaker Johnson and many of the leaders from the Republican side of the aisle. And they all agree that economic opportunity is what makes the American dream real for all Americans. And so 50 continues to say to the leaders of the luxury spirit industry who tried to deny black businesses an opportunity at the table. We're watching you, and the power of the consumers are watching you. And those who don't have a voice and a microphone as big as Curtis 50 Cent Jackson will know that not only is he fighting to make sure that his company is allowed to have some market cap in that industry, but he wants all of the businesses, whether black, white, brown, all to have an opportunity in that industry. And so make no mistake about it, if you ask why Curtis 50 Cent Jackson was here today, he was trying to blaze trails, knock down barriers, and say that just like you all want generational wealth for your children, well, we want generational wealth for our children as well. Without further ado, I give you the man who has influenced the culture, influenced communities, influenced business, influenced Louisiana, and continues to influence the global society, the one and only Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Give it up for 50.
Ours is legacy.
This is really exciting for me to be here. I got a chance to meet both sides today.
So indeed. In fact, he destroyed y'all.
I'm excited about that.
Alvin has blood in their eye. Straight out of scene from the back. Arrest nigga. Oh. He's a winner, goes down the bed. Man, I think you know why. Really should try to get a tip.
And we're here to only take questions about the Black wealth agenda,
Black wealth,
the widening economic wealth gap, and talking about economic opportunities for everybody. So if you have a question
people of
to
color
that,
and
we'll
minorities.
take that question. Are there any questions?
Yes,
ma'am.
Lauren from Black question would say, what did Speaker Johnson say when you met with him on the issue of Black business and Black empowerment?
Where Mr. Johnson said he was here for economic opportunity for all Americans.
Oh my God.
And they talked about his investment in Shreveport, Louisiana, which is his home district, and how that's important. That
she asked you specifically about Black people, goddamn it, being fun.
He said all people and his investment for
employment in Louisiana.
So he's gonna give them jobs. That's it.
Which side did you take?
See, I have a question. A funny question and a follow-up. You know, you're always giving people opportunities. You're always putting people in position where they can provide for themselves. Does anybody owe you money right now?
Yeah, a few. Baby Satori Global. People owe me money. Look, a lot of this stuff. Yeah, and I want it by Monday.
Let me
It's just a follow-up.
quickly,
It's just a
because
follow-up.
We have another member of the U.S. Congress has joined us. The Honorable Nikema Williams from Atlanta, Georgia, has joined us. Also want to mention that
He was there. That's what's up. Okay, all urban central. Let's check you out. Good on the ground reporting. Got some good footage of 50 meeting with the Congress. All right, y'all. So we're gonna close off the show because it's already 3 o'clock in the morning. The food back in a few hours. So thank y'all for tapping in and staying up late with us. Make sure y'all check us out tomorrow or today, later on today, for part 2 of season 4, episode 10 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure y'all check us out tomorrow as well for the RBA. And maybe they change one for the RBA tomorrow. So today, we'll see.
See about it. See about doing it now, but they have to change my mind.
And make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and of course, Bacc Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. And join us this Tuesday for our regularly scheduled Bacc Black Experience Enhanced at 7 p.m. Mountain and 9 p.m. in the East. So if Blacc has nothing else to say, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We will see y'all later for part 2. Peace, love, light, reparations, and separations from the mile-high income and illegal migrant-flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado.